Alright, should finally be live now. Just been about, I don't know, 15, 20 minutes. Felt like fighting my office. Ugh. So I don't really know what's going on schedule wise, but just got back from a little party and couldn't sleep. So I'm gonna play some Warships. And I thought what I'd do, start off the stream here, was go back and if I can even get through the menu, what I do. Had a filter on, okay. So I'm gonna go back and do tier 2 through 8. Yeah, I'm gonna try to get a win from 2 through 8. So looking back, I think I do have some premium 2s, but I mean, this is just pushing it. All right, so instead of looking through this entire generational thing, like, I'm just gonna sort it like this. Charleston, never used the Tichibaka. I'm not even gonna try with that name. Campbelltown. What is this? Cruiser? Destroyer? It looks funny. I don't even know if I played any matches with some of these. So I have actually done one here. No Valkyrie. I have played a vampire. Okay, so I've done something with it. Charleston. Level 16 commander going into a tier 2. Something looks weird, like they changed the UI or something. Or maybe it's my resolution, my screen or something. Like, it looks like it's squinched up. Tell you what though, I did go back in the settings. I don't know if anybody had a chance to look in the settings, but if you go in here and mess with this, I previously had 4K on, I had ray tracing, all that. Shut it off. Just shut all that off. If you can support the 4K or the 60, you shouldn't have to choose, but if you can support 60 frames, do yourself a favor and do that, because it smooths the game out so much. Like, you can immediately tell. It's like the speed, the quickness when you're aiming and everything, it's like phenomenal. So just in case. So I might be a little too hammered to even really be helpful there, but it made sense to me, you know. I'd rather have a smoothness in this game. The graphics are pretty and all that, but it's like, graphics don't help you win. Not here. Because, see, if it was like your resolution on the monitor is how you spot ships, you know, like your actual spotting ability would matter. But right now, it's like if another ship spots that ship, you instantly get full visibility of it as though you saw it for yourself. So strip the graphics out and just put that frame rate up. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. So what do I got here? My game is set to the right thing. There's so many little checks I try to stay on top of, but it's not worth it. I want to do audio check for myself. First time really trying to run a little more volume for the game's sake so people can hear what's going on, but I don't want it to be so loud that it's like blasting people's ears if they're trying to sleep, you know? You're sitting in there hanging out, and then, you know, you're sitting there and just cannons just blah, 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 you know? Shit would be crazy. No video for you tonight. Oh, man. I don't know if it's just Twitch, but you can try YouTube if you want, but if it's a matter of your internet, storms, or whatever else, man, my heart goes out to you. You can't get no internet. It's like being cut off from the world right there. A lot of people right now, I try to tell them stuff like that. They don't get it because the cloud is all they know. But when you out there overseas, man, and you don't got no cloud, nothing, no server, no Wi-Fi, you don't got shit. Whatever you got on your hard drive or whatever movies somebody brought, that's all you're gonna see. So I got old school with it. I started getting phones with more memory, like, let me get the most memory I got. Everybody's like, oh, why you need that? You know, why you need that much gigs, man? You got the cloud. I was like, no, homie, I don't got no cloud where I'm at. Yeah. So I realized very quickly, being in Kansas, time to get up out of here. These slow ass cannons too. You gotta lead these things like 2 years ahead of time. Oh my gosh, this is a hilarious departure from where you normally play at, going backwards to this. The aiming, the mechanics, everything will feel so off. Like these shells, I mean, look at, I'm leading it way too much. Gotta be the finisher right there. There we go. Get somebody before I get up out of here. Goodness, this is a horrible idea. So Patrick, if you hadn't tuned in before, I mean, you can't even see damn stream anyway. But I'm trying to do a win from tier 2 up to tier 8. And definitely didn't help the team out with that. But you know, they'll get there. They'll catch on. Got a destroyer out. They got one destroyer left. You know, I ain't about to sit here and watch this. We're gonna catch up with tier 2 when tier 2 comes back and let us know on the debrief how that match went. Campbelltown. Maybe I'll try that. I'll run this vampire. This was a premium they gave out for some kind of promotion or something like that. Look at the upgrades. 5,000 upgrade. I mean, normally now it's like 4 million to upgrade anything, so I'm not used to seeing anything like this. Steering gear, impairment chance, or risk of engine. Way more important. If you run out of your ability to steer and you can still haul ass, that's fine. But if you stuck, it doesn't matter whether you can steer or not. That engine is off and you're going to sit there and get your ass beat. So that's my logic with that. Oh, we got all these new flags too. It's Thanksgiving. We're going to put that Thanksgiving Canada on. Skipping straight over the Halloween for the moment. Let me see. Ship boost. None of this matters. What am I even doing right now? It's tier 2. Well, hopefully, other than the internet, hopefully your night's going alright, man. I know for myself, I partied a little too hard this afternoon, and now I'm up where I can't have sleep, but I can't really stop the party, if you know what I'm saying. So it's like I'm a stream, and that's why I'm sitting here now. Mm-hmm. These little sparkling limes. It's the lime one, not the lemon. You get that lime joint. You pour some tequila in there. Oh my gosh, that's like going to the bar and having somebody pour you some top shelf right there. It's delicious. Oh, I don't know what I did. Whoops. Too much settings, man. Like when I'm just laying on the couch playing, I can just focus on playing Warships. And then when I start ready to stream, it's like everything default settings back, like microphone, everything's fucked up. I'm like tinkering with shit, and then next thing I know, I'm like so distracted that I forgot what I was even trying to do. My hat's off to the streamers who figure out how to get their shit dialed in like perfect every time, where that just takes a lot of patience. Get through the software. And I mean, just drivers in general. Like the drivers will just update midstream, and you're just like, "What's going on?" Nobody can hear you, and you just like look down, and you got these meters going off, like, "Oh yeah, your virus protection, blah blah blah." Yeah, sometimes, man, sometimes that nap will set you back. Like I've had those good naps too, where it feel like you got like 4 nights of sleep. But every now and then that nap will hit you where you get up, back hurt, more tired than you were, irritated, hungry, but you're too tired to go eat. It's like, damn, this nap fucked me up. Well, I'm glad we got to talk too, man. I'm glad it was helpful to you. Um, I appreciate you always coming around, hanging out on the stream now anyway, so it's good to know what's going on in people's lives and just stay in tune with like, hey, what's happening? Can I help you out? You want to talk about anything, whatever's going on, you just stay connected, because I feel like the world is trying to disconnect people right now. Like if you paying attention to anything on the media or anything from like, the news on your phone, whatever, every time I open it up, it's like racist remarks or scandal, or can't, this person's offended by this person hurt my feelings, and blah blah blah. Like everybody is at each other's throats politically. The economy and shit is all fucked up. So it's like this overwhelming urge to like shy away from the public and just dissolve. And it's like your friends, your family, people that you're familiar with, they might not even really know what's going on with you, because they don't want to be out there either. Like the state of the world is just obnoxious sometimes. I don't even like going to the store right now. Like just going to the grocery store feels like loaded. I think I said that last. Oh, I smoked that fool over here, just sideways slinging. All right, I need to tighten this up so I can still stay alive and spot for the team before I keep on rambling. Yeah, I mean, you've got different circumstances than most people. I would say, I'm not going to share your personal details or nothing, but this guy Patrick here, he's going through a struggle. He's got things that makes his life difficult. Like you wake up already feeling like you're at a disadvantage, already feeling at odds. You know what I mean? Like I have physical pain and issues. I can manage with medicine and stuff like that, but there's some people out there with illnesses, with diseases or other things out of their control that's already smiting them down before they even start the day, so just be extra aware as far as like when you complain. That's my problem. Like I start complaining about things, and then You know, the guy, you know, when I'm at the VA dealing with my stuff and I'm sitting there barking mad about something with my prescriptions or whatever else, and a guy in a wheelchair rolls by, you know, just gives me a nod. He just kind of grins like, you know, you good, man, you good. And I just know, like, damn, you know, people out there got situations that make whatever I'm about to complain about, you know, so insignificant. And Patrick is one of those people, man. Like, he's out there, one of those good, hardy Americans, you know, that get something happen to you, falling on hard times physically, where, you know, like, there's another guy in my stream too, that comes around, and like, losing certain aspects of livelihood is so difficult to deal with, man. And Patrick, you know, he gave me permission to share the story. You know, this is somebody who, like, I'm just describing, where you lose your ability to provide for yourself. You lose some element of what you did, like, productive wise, for employment, where you're wholly dependent on what people can do for you, or how, you know, they can help you. You know, in my circumstances, I won't compare the two, but many of you guys know I fell pretty hard on my spine, and I braved it up. I tried to smooth it over. I tried to act like nothing was wrong. I knew something was wrong for a while. Like, I wasn't sleeping right. I was having neck pains, and when I started getting things shooting down on my nerves, you know, I'm still active duty. I'm still at the spec war side. I still have a job. I'm still working hard, like, trying to manage a career and a family and all this stuff at a time. So I'm just ignoring these, like, nerve pains that eventually, like, I couldn't feel parts of the left side of my body, you know, and there ain't no, like, pretend about that. So flash forward, multiple surgeries, everything else, and I'm complaining, but, you know, here I am. I can sit here and stream. I can hang out. We got people that's dealing with stuff where, like, they got to be hooked up to machines and having blood filtered out of their body, and, like, you know, and if I'm not mistaken, I think you said dialysis, or, you know, even having, like, lung issues and everything else from where you're at. It's like just absolutely debilitation, to where, you know, your blood pressure and everything else is upset, like the body chemistry, everything is just on fire with, like, you know, that there's people struggling for real, man. And I remember that when I complained, like, I woke up this morning, I walked around the house, I got to hang out with my wife and bullshit, and, you know, there's people that is broken, that's hurting, and it's two sides to that. It's the physical pain and emotional pains, you know, because especially service members, it's like entire families being dissolved because of your schedule or conflicts or injuries, issues you had with the service, and, like, broken families, broken marriages, all that. It's emotional side. But you also have physically beat down, tired, exhausted, worn out people. And illness, disease, all this stuff. You know, so putting it in perspective, my conversation with Patrick the other day is like, he maybe left feeling encouraged. I left feeling encouraged too, because it was like, damn, here's somebody with the struggle worse than me, and they're still finding reasons to be hopeful, positive, you know, finding a strength to just push on to the next day, you know. And, like, I'll be over here complaining about some menial things. It just doesn't matter. But God is good, man. God is good. I just hope that for people like Patrick, man, I'm just praying for, like, some healing for you. Not just the breakthroughs that you need, like, physically, but, like, circumstantially as well, you know. Just open doors wherever you thought things was going to close up for you, wherever you thought opportunity was dried up, wherever you thought, oh, I'll never get back to doing this on my own, whatever the case may be. I'm praying for those kind of doors to open too, man. You know, where your own expectations gets blown because you see something fantastic that God can do for your situation that you didn't even dream up. Like, that's the kind of faith I have for it. And you know, I get inspired after talking with people that's really struggling, because it reminds you, like, you might have went through something difficult, but you're not the only one. You know, there's a lot of people out here that's going through stuff, and it's not going to just, you know, overnight change. Circumstances don't just change overnight. But the continual decision to wake up morning after morning, acknowledging what is happening in your life and saying, I'm going to push through, that's the kind of people that have true inner strength. That's a person like Patrick right there. And I really hope that if anybody watch the broadcast later, that, you know, if this encourages you, please connect with this dude. Go to my Discord, look him up, because I guarantee when he share his personal story with you, and you think you're going through something, that story right there will challenge you to say, I'm not doing as bad as I thought. And to see somebody out there forging ahead like that, and to know that when their back is against the wall, that they can still look up and say, Jesus got my back, you know, God is with me. That's powerful, man. That's powerful. That hits right here. You know. There was so many times when I was going through my treatments and recoveries where every time the prognosis, like, I don't even know if I used the right word, prognosis, diagnosis, doesn't even matter. The issue is something is wrong and is getting worse, and before I get the truth about how bad that part is, I get more bad news. And that can happen over and over and over, right? Where you just start failing to believe that things will ever come back for you, that nothing will go right, because over and over you've been disappointed with, hey, well, we thought we were on a trail with this, guess what is this? And there's always somebody got it worse, man. And what you got to do is make the best with your situation, with what's in front of you, but also leaving the door open for God to surprise you in a good way. Because I think a lot of us got into this habit where we start looking at God and saying, like, almost cynically, like, oh, you know, I thought I was at the lowest, but you got something else worse for me. You know, it's like we can take this tone of like negativity with God where we're almost not willing to embrace the idea that it's us who's got the viewpoints shifted, you know, shaking my fist, angry, whatever else, being like, God, how could you do this to my life? How could you change my physical body, or how could you change my relationships, or my, you know, whatever it is you're going through? It's like you get angry with God about it, and then you almost looking at how can you top it, how can you do worse for me? And the reality of it is God never intended worse for you, but it's like this ability we have to spin this narrative on ourselves where we just almost refuse to believe that someone could look out for our good. You know, all reality is, when they're talking about God as eternal, the never changing one, who is the same yesterday as he is tomorrow, because he was always there. You know what I mean? Like, nothing moved there. And his position for you and me, you know, was love before this happened. Like 1,000 years before this happened, and love after this is gone, 1,000 years after this is gone. You know what I mean? Like, he didn't change one bit. As my circumstances changed, and I changed, and I got mad. God's been the same an eternity before I got here, and he'll be the same an eternity after I'm gone. Like, that's the unchanging nature. And in that unchanging nature, for God to say, I love you, that transcends the moment you were born. That transcends the moment you'll die. Where he saw the entire path of your life, the entire trajectory of your decision making, and he said, I love you before you did that, and I will love you after you do it. You know what I mean? Like, that didn't change. So me going through life being like, I hit a speed bump, like, oh shit, God, like, why did you abandon me? You know, it's like 1,000 years is like a blink of an eye to this being. And your speed bump wasn't even like registered as a blip in the radar, you know what I mean? But like in the moment, that's all there was to you. Like, I just blew out my rims, you know what I mean? Like, I just curb rashed my rims right now. I'm hot. On top of an already bad day, I done something that I did, you know what I mean? Like, I literally did this. I curbed my brand new, freshly painted RS4 rims. I've been waiting my whole life to get this car. I joined the Navy when this car came out and said, that's the car I want. And 12 years later, you know what I mean? I got that car. I waited for that bitch. And then I go and get the wheels professionally done. Like, everything stripped, painted, everything else. And, you know, right afterwards, I curbed the bitches up. It was my fault. I got no one else to blame, but I was mad at God still. I was like, God, on top of my whole day and my whole week and my whole month of bullshit, now I done scratched my rims. But at the same time, it was like he knew 1,000 years before that happened that I was going to react like that. He knew 1,000 years before I made the decision to drive close to the curb and fucked him up. He knew that was going to happen, and he loved me then. And when I'm dead and buried, and my children's dead and buried, and their children is dead and buried, you know, is that scratching the curb of my rims gonna matter? No, it's not. And when you can get to where you can say that about your physical limitation, your pain in your body, your cancer, your disease, when you transcend to that point and you can say, look, in the grand scheme of thousands of years, am I going to focus on my pain, or am I going to focus on somebody said they love me? You know what I mean? Somebody said they loved me. Should be the only thing that matters after 1,000 years. Somebody said they loved me enough that they would sacrifice themselves for me. That they would die for me. Like, somebody else loved me enough to say, I will give my life for you. Who else in your life has loved you like that? Who else has truly loved you in a way that was serving no motive, no, you know what I mean? Like, I will die for you. I know the vile human being you can be in the morning when you first wake up. I would die for you then. You know, I would die for you at your lowest point. You know, you got drunk, you made a stupid choice, you did something dumb, you lost your job, you know, you cursed out a coworker. You know what I mean? It's like all this stuff that you would throw in the face of it, God would say, like, I love you. I made the decision to love you, like, before that, and I'm here after that. You know what I mean? Like, that should speak to you in such a way that whatever you're going through right now, you know, gets smaller. It gets smaller. Like when I'm dead and I'm gone, to have somebody still be there and say, I love you. That's what matters. A little bit of pain and suffering in between You know, just lets you know that you're alive. It just reminds you that you got life to live. It reminds you that you still feel something because you were created to feel something. And it will make the eternity that awaits those who share that love, it will make that eternity worth this minute little blip of a speed bump, of a curb rash, of a rim. It'll make that worth it. You know what I mean? Praise God, Patrick. Praise God. You know, none of us did anything on merits. If we want to talk about merits, you know what I mean? Like half the military awards they try to give people and shit is just made up. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like merits. We didn't earn shit. But somebody said, I love this man from the day he was born to the day he dies. You know, like, that's real love right there. And I'm just hoping that more people will be open to that than some of this toxicity that's going on right now. Because at the end of the day, you know what's crazy is the most people that's concerned with like what the world is doing are the people that feel the worst about themselves. You know, like, you ever notice how the people that doesn't need anything from you, like, they're happier? You know, like all these people that be like angry about someone believes in God or angry about somebody having, you know what I mean, like having their own thing going on. They'll be the same people reading stuff on social media, and like you see it in our youth right now. Like someone TikTok, something can happen that goes south. Everybody's in school watching you be an idiot, blah blah blah, and it's like life feels like it's over. You know, but then you have these different people that they were not here for that. They're just passing through almost in a way of like, this is a nice detour on my way to wherever I'm going. And they're not fazed by things the same. You know? But before I started getting on that tangent to begin with, it's like, yeah, on merits, none of us did anything. Like, our credit history wasn't good enough to get in the front door, but somebody loved me. You know what I mean? My damn credit score wasn't looking too good, but they gave me the job. They gave me the house. Anyway. And that's God right there, man. Like, you think you're tight, you think everything is cool. You know, you paved your own way, blah blah blah. It's like, no. Somebody's been looking out. Somebody looking out. We didn't do anything because we, you know, deserved. It's like we didn't make it happen for ourselves because we're the shit. Somebody's caring about us. You know, there's been so many times where I've been pinned against the wall, is how I feel. And every time, you know, I just kind of like lose sight of the fact that the crisis in my mind is never in reality what it's made out to be. It's like I'm more scared of the thing that I'm scared of than the actual thing itself. And, you know, sitting here a little bit faded and probably got this confused, you know, how I said it, but it's like the process of worrying can become so terrifying. You know, like stress, fear, anxiety. And for the kind of person that knows what's going to happen already, like if we're saying like God knows what's going to happen already, and he's not stressed, and he's not freaking out. You know, like the plan has been in motion for all of eternity, and it will be in motion for all of eternity. You know, like I was, I am, I will be kind of thing. If he's not worried, then what the hell am I worrying about? You know, but that's just the military too, man. And a lot of professionals, a lot of industries, like where you're held to a high standard. Like I think you said, Patrick, you were doing trucking. At least I hope I'm not getting the stories mixed up here, but you were doing trucking, and the standard would be like, if I cross the line here with this, I lose my job or whatever else. It's just always feeling the pressure. And when you're in that pressure cooker, like, so much stress builds up and builds up. And we weren't designed to carry that. We were not designed to carry stress like that. Yeah. See, we were designed to affect what we could control to the best of our ability. But all this extra stuff external to that, like taking on that burden for yourself as though somehow you are going to solve the mystery that has been evading all of mankind if you stay up for 5 more minutes and worry about it. That ain't never how it works. I seriously though, middle of the road performance, and this whole time I just been talking. I couldn't even tell you what happened last match. Somehow floating right in the middle. We still got the win. We moving up to tier 4. Damn. I wasn't even aware of what took place that last whole round. Well, see, guys got a plan right there. It wasn't mine. Alright, so let's reset this filter here. Reset this filter. Yeah, but being a trucker, man, I always had this dream of like being on the road. I love being on the road, but I hate getting ready for a trip. I hate getting ready to go. I hate like the pre-inspection and the checklists and what did I forget and whatever else. But the moment you get on the interstate and you got a soda or a drink, whatever it is you're sipping on, you already took a piss, the gas tank is full, there's not much traffic out, the weather's decent. In that moment, it's like the eclipse of like, that's peace, that's serenity right there. Cruising. You don't have to be going fast, you don't have to be in a hurry, you don't have to beat anybody to a destination. You're on the road, smooth, everything's set up. Like, that's a heaven to me that I can't find in other places in my life, and it's getting harder and harder to like even find that on the road, like in that sort of scenario. But I always imagined being a trucker would be like that. But then when I'm downtown, tunnel traffic, somebody up there is in an accident making a right hand turn, I gotta reroute the GPS, but I'm in a tunnel, so now I can't. I got no clue where the fuck I'm at, how am I get around. In those moments, yeah, I mean, I lost it. I lost it there. But I'm tell you what, man, be on the open road, feeling good. I mean, that's why I got my car, man. Like a lot of people will do, they'll do like a activity, like, oh, I do this activity or whatever. I golf. Some people it's golf, and I won't knock golf. I mean, that's a great sport right there. Some people say, oh, I go hunting, or I would collect guns or whatever else. I've been in about cars since I couldn't even talk about them. Like, I'm holding a Hot Wheels car leaving the hospital, being like, when can I get me one of these? You know what I mean? Like, that was me. Cars were everything. Posters on the wall. Like, I just dreamed about driving some of these fantastic machines. And being on the road in that sort of bubble, testing the spirits of the vehicle, feeling what the manufacturer may be intended, and then some. open road, just cruising, blissful, man. I love it. I will drive before I let somebody else like volunteer for some. You know what I mean? It's like some people be like, oh, if you drive the first leg of it, I'll drive the second. I'm like, I will drive the whole damn way. Get me something to drink. Make sure, plot me out little stops if I got to make stops. Let me do the driving. I'm there. Like, that's me. I love it, man. And, America's getting a little crowded. Obviously, these roads be swelling up, traffic and everything else, but I won't find like ways to like steal that from myself. You know what I mean? Like, I won't listen to like, oh, EPA gas regulations say that by 2025 you can only drive this many miles in your gasoline vehicle. It's like I could be worried about policies like that. For one, I don't live in California, thank God. For two, you're not going to take my dream. You know what I mean? Like, you can have your green plug-in electric, whatever you want to have. You can ride a lawnmower to work. I don't give a shit. You're not going to take my happiness, my dream. Like, that's how I feel. But in reality, it's like laws can change. If we keep going at this rate, it'll be against the law to have a V8. You know what I mean? Like, what? Lawmakers out here just competing to create more problems without solutions. And that's the competition. It's like, hey, how can we get more electric vehicles on the road without a charger? How can we get more people, like stuck on their way to work in a Walmart parking lot somewhere trying to charge some shit because they only got 2 spots? And then be telling you, how bad gas is for the environment. Whatever the case. I'm not going to get into the politics of it. But I was saying, like, I'm a kid that was like born to be on the road, like born to drive. And that's where my like little slice of heaven on earth seems to be. So yeah. I mean, there is no listening environment for me. I don't even know why I'm trying to play Warships right now, because I'm just so into the conversation of whatever's going on here. But like, driving is like a studio. If there's a new album that came out, like a new some sort of music came out, I don't even try to listen to it in the house. Like, I don't even try to like put my headphones on and go to the gym or something. Like, I get in the car if I want to hear that CD. And something about that zen of driving and just being able to like enjoy whatever you're listening to. And it's like the time is set apart for you to put whatever you want to put on. You could be on your way to work, you could be stuck in traffic, whatever. So you're not going anywhere. You could listen to a whole album without interruptions. You know what I mean? Like, you don't truly know music, I feel like, unless you drove to it. Because if you're working out, doing that thing, you working out, you like running, headphone falling out, you got a kid, you carrying on, you know what I'm saying? Like, just life is happening. You can't appreciate music like that. You could try, but you won't hear it the way it's meant to be heard. But if it's quiet in the vehicle and your sound system is right, everything is tuned up right, you can hear things in the music that you never even heard. You know what I'm saying? You can hear like instruments. You'd be like, damn, what's that? Because you never would hear it on a normal life soundtrack going on in the background. And yeah, you want to do a podcast, you want to listen to the Bible, you want to, do the things that you don't have time for in your day. It's like being on the road gives you that time to just have that. And it's great. For anybody that's worked in an office, you know how that immediately slaps you in the face when you get to work, where it's like you had your moment, you get out of the car, and you just take a deep breath like, oh, now I gotta go deal with this, you know? You know what I'm talking about. Sitting in the office, man. That was like the worst moment of my career. I kid you not. Ever since I joined the military, I was on the move. Moved across the country, back and forth. I've been to every single continent except Antarctica. I literally have been to every continent. I've been to so many countries, I can't even count how many places I've been. I lose track. I go to remember where I've been, and I'll remember something else I didn't remember last time. You know what I mean? It's like, been places in the world. Didn't sit still. My career was action-packed. Like, I didn't get much sleep. You know what I mean? Like, I was training, I was working, I was pushing myself, I was doing all this stuff, like, to try to advance. I was blowing up the ranks. In like 7 years, I made like 6 promotions, you know? Like, I grinded the fuck out of my career. And when it stopped, and they sat me down in a chair, in an office, I'm about to lose my damn mind. Because sitting in an office isn't like sitting in the car. Sitting in the office is basically like being in prison for 8 hours, except you get to go home to, some people maybe, prison again. You know, my marriage is good right now. I don't know about y'all out there, but my marriage is good. I love my wife. Some of y'all leave work prison and go to home prison. Oh, that's horrible. I shouldn't joke like that, but I mean, it's true. So you got people dragging their feet going home like they was dragging their feet going to work, talking about, oh, hey baby, I'm gonna be late, and their ass be sitting at the bar having a drink. You know what I mean? Like, they can't even go in the front door yet. They're just like, I can't deal with these kids everywhere, can't deal with these fucking messes. Like, whatever's going on, I'm gonna go tune this down. Me, I can't wait to get home. When I go somewhere, I hate leaving my wife. Like, we're so close that when either one of us has to go somewhere, we're like, no, you don't have to leave. Like, we good. You know, it's like we always try to talk each other out of going places, or like, she's like, hey, I think I might pick up a shift. You know, so-and-so is gonna need somebody to cover a shift, whatever, so I might pick it up. And we're like, no, you don't need to do that. And she'll be like, yeah, you're right. You know, it's like, we enjoy that. And sorry for those where you feel like that's missing, but take advantage of opportunities to connect with your significant other, whatever that is for you. You know, find out where you guys can connect and spend time there. Mediate with that. But back to what I was saying, the whole thing with driving, being in the car, having that moment, you know, that's where you can set apart your day to listen to a book, to listen to an album, to listen to whoever you like to listen to on the radio. The moment you get out of that car door, it's like that paradise is over. It's just, you know, you go into work, you be in an office, and maybe some people don't feel like that. But for me, after a lifetime of being on the go, sitting in the office was like the lowest point of my life. You know, it really was. But I think that's different for everyone. You know what I mean? Like, everybody hits that moment where the shit, like, doesn't make sense anymore to you. And for some people, for me, it was sitting at an office job. For Patrick, it was like, I can't drive like the truck that I drove for X amount of years. You know, like, everybody, I feel like, is hitting that moment where you can recognize where it doesn't make sense for you anymore. But all that is to say is, like, adding value to the moments in life where you can escape that. And whether that's driving, having your quiet peace, whether that's playing a video game, or whether that's, you know, connecting with people you met on Twitch, or getting in a Discord, getting involved with something that's normally not your style, but you kind of like it, putting yourself into a new environment, you know. That's the worst part. Yeah, like being career wise, like I don't know what kind of job I could do where it will recreate the excitement of worldwide exploration and like career highs. It was like all of my career highs were packed into like this moment that I thought was going to carry me through to a 20-year retirement. And then you hit a brick wall, and all of a sudden it's like, no, you're not going to make it to 20. You might not even make it to 18. You might not make it, you know what I mean? It's like the scale keeps dropping down. It's like everything you thought you was supposed to be doing by now, it's going to happen a different way. Like that's a gut check, man. So if that's your thing where you love going to the office and sitting at a cubicle or typing on a computer is like meaningful employment, I'm not stealing that, because my sister's in IT, you know? Like, I'm not going to say she loves every second of computers, but like being in an office, computers, technology, updates, software, like that speaks her language, and I'm happy for her about that. But that would be the same as if, you know, your business got downgraded from like Fios cable internet to like telephone dial-up internet, and you still going to work like, man, this isn't what it was supposed to be, you know? Like, this isn't how I was supposed to feel. And I think that's where Patrick and like myself is where career, life, disability, whatever you call it, hits you, and you're not where you feel like you're supposed to be. It's hard to adapt. But the reason to do it is, you know, simple. It's like, I'm going to stay here in this negative toxicity, this pit of despair where I already hate what I feel, or I already hate what's happening, or, you know, despise this about myself, whatever, fill in the blank. I can sit there and just revel in that from the moment I wake up to the moment I go to bed, or I can inject new possibilities into my life that gives me a chance to experience something again, you know? So gaming, if you couldn't tell, has been a huge boost for my life, for my health, for my sanity, you know? Like all of these physical limitations, all these things that felt like oppressing me down into this like disablement, and like, oh, you're gonna have to work the rest of your life in an office and blah blah blah, like that feeling of like suffocating me from what I'm supposed to do. When I tapped into gaming a little more and I got able to like experience new things in that environment, it let me know that the potential is there for me to experience new things like that in life, you know? And like my wife, she wasn't a gamer much before me, but like now we play games together, and it made us feel closer than some couples probably feel who sit and doing, you know, like life things. It's like we have to think together or like strategize about a situation. So I feel like most couple dynamics are tested in like real life ways, where it's like, how do we pay the bills? You know, like the typical people struggles. But then when you're able to have creative struggles with your partner, with your person, where you're both working to like solve a solution of like a puzzle or whatever, where it really stretches your brain, it's almost like you get to see a new human being in your spouse. And it's like, I didn't know that side of you. What would have pulled that out if we weren't like collaborating on this sort of thing together, where, you know what I mean? It's like, there's been so many times my wife has made a move in a game, and I'll just look at her like, that is brilliance, you know? And it stuns me, where I'm like, damn, like the same person I've been living with these years, And there's new facets that are emerging because your brain is working like in ways that I didn't know about. It's like that's what I'm talking about. You know, it's being challenged by something doesn't mean that your life has come to a place where you can't have new challenges that are positive challenges. And I don't know how that looks for everybody, but my goals have had to change. Like, I'm not going to reach milestones that I thought I was going to reach. My career is basically over. And I mourned that loss. Like I hate to draw this comparison, but I feel like this is real life. Like, I lost a son once. He was didn't make it past 20 weeks. And that was a pain of like what could have been, like the loss was I felt a loss for memories that we didn't get to make. And that hurt. I remember grieving that like horribly. And honestly, when my career ended, I felt that like same grief coming back. Like that's how strongly tied a man's identity is to what they do for a living. When that's taken away, it literally felt like a child was taken from me. And I know the feelings, because I've experienced both. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not here to bullshit you. That's what it feel like. And I think that when you get that out of your system, you're left with like a bitter pill of like, okay, yes, my son didn't make it to like live his life on earth. Like I didn't get to make those years of memories with that son. But guess what? If that son had carried to full term, my daughter wouldn't be here right now. She would have never been born. You know what I mean? So like to miss the memory that I was going to have with one son who didn't make it versus trade my daughter's life who I know, those are decisions that I didn't have to make. And for that, I'm thankful, because who would want to make that decision? Who would want to choose things like that? To have known two different alternate universes where, what if I had known my son and made those memories with him, and then I had to turn around and choose which one of them was to exist on Earth? Like, what parent could make that choice? You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't change it. And my point is, with employment, if you've been struck a blow and you can't do what you thought you were going to do, like there may be a day where you look back and say, I wouldn't change it, because you found the thing you were supposed to be doing. And right now, I don't know what the hell that is. So the whole moral of the story is I ain't found the shit yet. But what I should be able to tell you is, whatever career that is for me, when I get to sink my teeth into it and I get to take the challenges and whatever else it offers me is career-wise, I get to do that, I could look back and say, damn, I wish I had never broke my spine up. You know what I mean? I won't have to make that choice. It's already been done. So, you can't live in these dualities of like the what ifs and why can't I do this, blah, blah, blah. Because at the end of the day, it's up to you to create that now for yourself. Like, create that opportunity, find that what you can plug into, what you can be passionate about, what you can be like, able to use your talents for. And I mean, there's no worse. Damn, I got emotional and shit, man. Fuck this shit. I was supposed to be talking about all this right now, putting my feelings out there. Who said it? Nothing about no feelings. No, but it's real talks though, man. The facts. And the reason is, to my original point with my damn Adderall brain right now, like this shit I can't even think through, is my original point is a man's identity is closely tied to like what he does for a living. Meaningfully, you know, like I'm not talking about somebody who's doing a job because nothing else came better. I'm talking about somebody who's doing a job saying, I was born for this. And you feel that fire, you know? The identity of a man is closely tied to the work of his hands. You know, like that's a facts, that's a reality. It's like people feel pride in different ways, but most men would agree they could be proud of some shit they worked on or they built or that like they used the talents for. And that's like intrinsic to like manhood, you know? So when you separate what you feel like you were put on this earth to do, when that's like ripped away, it is like losing a child. You know, that's the point I'm trying to make. It is like that. You know, for Patrick out there to give up driving trucks like that, you know, when an injury, when an illness hit, take it from me, who's experienced losses on both sides. Losing your career, losing your like your life's work or your destiny as far as like what you were built to do, losing that, it feels the same like losing a child. And I don't know how else to tell you. Like the point of it is this, like if it stops there, whatever it is in life stops there, it's like you might as well kill me, you know, because my purpose on earth, I can't serve it no more, you know. But that's not true, because what I'm trying to tell you is like it evolves, and in such a way it's possible to reach a point one day where you would say, I know this injury cost me my career. I know this illness cost me opportunity or life's destiny or life's work, whatever. There may be a day where you one day say, I know those things are true, but I wouldn't change them. Because what I ended up doing was worth losing what it costs. You know what I mean? Like, if that's my next goal, if I can't have the best thing to me, I'm going to have the next best thing. Because I'm going to keep looking for what that is. I'm not settling for the desk job that I hate and just saying this is the end, you know. I'm going to find what my talents are, what kind of work I can do, what kind of thing I can recreate, what like position of advantage I have to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I will find the work of my hands again. And when I do, I'm going to put my heart and soul into it. And at the end of my life, I'd like to look back and say, hey, you know, when I took that injury and my career ended then, like, I wouldn't change that because of what I'm doing now. Like, I couldn't separate the two and say, I wish one way or the other. And that's not to say, you know, nobody would, like, regret something that happened, or, you know what I mean? Like, I think about the injuries, and sometimes I'm caught up of, like, you know, the what ifs, and, you know, yeah, I can say sometimes, like, I regret certain aspects of what took place here. But what I'm not able to change, you know, about my life circumstances, if I get stuck on that, I'm never going to be happy. You know, if I get stuck on what I can't change about my life circumstances, then my happiness is gone. There will never be a happiness. You have to escape that trap. You know, like that's the work of Satan right there. You got to escape that trap. Oh yeah, there. I hit you up about those mods earlier. I was trying to figure out how it was going to work out before I end up in this inebriation of a mess that I'm in right now. But yeah, I mean, I'm just faded here. For all I know, I've been doing figure eights out here in a warship. I don't know, what's the score? Have I been helping the team? I have no idea. I've been talking with Patrick, hanging out. You called me today? I don't have no missed calls, man, that I can see. 2 or 3 times. Yeah, it could be on me somehow, but I mean, I was sitting in the living room all night. My wife went to bed, or not all night, but like, yeah. I mean, I've been hanging out, and what the hell was that? Man, my eyes are playing tricks on me. You called me on the Discord, yeah. I mean, I look my notifications, my bar. Hold on a second. Yeah, like normally, if somebody calls or something, I get a little red uh, symbol on my thing. Right now, it's in. Oh, well, that probably make more sense. My bad. It's in streamer mode and it's all on suppression mode, so that's probably why. I'm over here ready to defend my cause. Like, no, nobody called me. Ain't nobody called my house. Hey, come to find out, yeah, somebody probably did. If it's on streamer mode and suppression mode and all that shit, it's so that it doesn't put alerts through my streams. But sometimes I forget when I log out to fix that. So it'll just be like that for like days, a suppression mode. I almost missed Patrick when he reached out to me too. He's like, "Hey man, I appreciate the conversation, whatever." I didn't see that for like 3 days. As I sure as hell enjoyed talking to him. But before we got interrupted, what I was saying, Mopar, was a man's identity is closely tied into what he does for a living. Like the work of your hands it's rooted in the soul of a man. Like what you do, what you were put on this earth to do, like what your talents are. When you produce something out of that, that's like out of the soul. And we were talking about when that gets taken away, whether it was disease, cancer, injury, illness, some sort of law of practices, whatever it is that separated you from that manhood identity of like, I do this thing for the planet. There's a grieving process that takes place. And nobody could have prepared me for that shit. Nobody. And it goes back to me saying like my wife is a soldier, she's a trooper, because when like the realization hit me that like I wasn't gonna be able to continue my service, like I lost it. Like I lost it like a baby will lose it. Like let's bawl your eyes out. That's the kind of like tears that hurt your stomach when you cry like that and you like feel, you know what I mean? Like, hey, I might not, like be able to feel the left side of my body ever again. Like you get focused on what's getting you through next week, what's getting you through tomorrow. Like, oh, tomorrow I'll be all right. Tomorrow I'll be all right. And then someone finally tell you, you're not going to be all right tomorrow. In fact, your career is over. Like when you finally dissolve that, that's tears, man. That's baby tears. That's the stomach cramps tears, where it's like the shit you feeling inside is like somebody just ripped the soul out of your body kind of tears, man. Like, and nobody could prepare me for that. My wife was through there with me. She stayed through the darkest hours of me just feeling like a shell of myself, if that makes sense. Like I felt like a shell, like where the substance of me just up and crawled out and flew away somewhere, and the little shell that was left, like that's who I felt like. And I'm not even bullshitting you. Like physically, emotionally, mentally, I used to be an in shape guy. Like I'm a fit guy still. Like I try to do what I can, but like your boy was 220 pounds, 215 pounds, just born home American muscle, bro. Like I probably had about 6% body fat. Like my life was fitness. And then now, you know, flash forward, I'm like 120 pounds after surgery, just laying there, feeling like the whole world just like got ripped out of my body. Like, you know what I mean? Like life just was just sapped out. It's like the aliens came and just sucked the whole fucking city out, and you just left with the shell of buildings. Like that's what it felt like. And my wife was there through it all, man. Like she helped me process everything. But like, what about the people that don't have that? You know, that's where I'm like, my passion is like, my heart goes out to, because if I didn't have the support I had, I wouldn't be, this chair would be empty. You know what I'm saying? Y'all would be watching a damn computer monitor talking to a couch with nothing in between. Because that kind of shit, without support to deal with that, the suicide rate in the military, and it's probably the same for other, you know, but like the veteran suicide rate, like all this shit is statistically out there right now, alarming trends. And I get it now, because if I didn't have the support I had, this chair would be empty, is my point. And it's not coming from people who's, you know, like the VA and all that. Like, I hate dogging on it, because some of that is people working as hard as they can with the like restrictions of the government. But like, this shit is fucking a mess. It's a mess. Like, I've been 3 years in this process of getting it out. I can't tell my wife like where to start her career. She got to put that on hold, you know. I can't figure out what to do with my kids. So it's like, you know, like they probably end up staying with their mom or whatever. But it's like, I can't figure out my life because the military said you can't serve anymore. But I can't also go my own way because they're like, we need to process you, you know. And 3 years later, here I fucking am sitting in DC, somewhere I don't want to be right now, while the military process whatever bullshit ass paperwork and listen to the problems or whatever else was going on. It's like, if I didn't have support going through this chair would be empty, bro. And the sad truth of it is, the chair is empty for a lot of families. Like the military has been grinding sons and daughters into a meat grinder, a machine that just runs on human beings. That's what it is. You know, America, the freedom that you experience has a cost, and it's the sons and daughters of hardworking Americans. And it just because we're not actively at a war, like with someone you can see, doesn't mean we're not at war every day. The people wake up every day at the 4 o'clock in the morning, before the sun comes up, go work out, fitness, you know what I mean? Like all this shit, regiments, come back, shave your face. We doing all this before most people woke up for breakfast. 24 hours a fucking day. And when the shit pops off, we going out there without resources, support, food. You know what I mean? Like, I've eaten sometimes like things that just blow my mind that I thought I would never eat. I'm in the middle of the fucking desert eating out of a goat's head. You know what I mean? Like, with my hands, sitting with these other folks they had us with out there. It was like, I'm eating that shit. I'm breathing in fumes from people burning trash and all kind of shit in my nose. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going through this shit for a country that I believe in still. And I get home, I'm injured, I'm hurt, whatever, I get it. I grieved that loss. I told you that. I grieved the loss of my career already. That's done. But now you telling me sit here for 3 years and do some song and dance with you still? You know what I mean? Like, you done sucked up everything you can out of my life. Like, the good working years of men and women get sucked dry out of their life and then they can't figure out how to process you to get out. They can't figure out how to connect you with benefits. You know, like, I'm done. They told me I was done. And here I am for 3 years. Can't tell my family now how to live the way you would be able to tell your family what to do if you were in charge of your destiny. You know, so you don't cut me off from the career part, but you just leaving me here stranded with no clue what I'm supposed to be doing for 3 years? Get the fuck out of here. And that's the best we can do, America? You know, like, the shitty part about this is, and I'm gonna air this out too, is when I first complained that something hurt, it wasn't me saying I had a headache. Because, you know, I done pushed through broken bones. I pushed through sleep depravity. I pushed through every sort of manifestation of discomfort you can imagine. So when I say something hurt, something fucking hurts. You know? And it had to get so bad that I physically could not drive, which is the one thing I love to do. It had to get that bad. I already quit working out. I already quit anything stressing my body. I already quit all this bullshit that would have made that, like, you know, worse. I quit that already. And I'm still hurting. You know what I mean? Like, something is fucking wrong. And it took them 1.5 years just to do a scan, only to find out I had compressed discs in there that needed surgery. You know what I mean? 1.5 years. And that's the best we can do? You know, when we talking about veteran suicide and shit, wondering about like it's a mystery, like somebody in pain for 1.5 years before you even get a scan done, and then you get out the surgery and lose feeling on the side of your body, like, you know what I mean? It's like, if I had to do that shit without support, this chair would be fucking empty right now. And I can say that with authority, I can promise you, because my wife is the only reason I'm still here today. I mean, that, you know, I don't want to take that away, you know, as though God didn't play a role, because ultimately God positioned everything in my life for it to make sense right now. And my wife made sense. He gave me the best gift in that woman, and he knew what he was doing, because I sure didn't know how badly I would need that person to get me through. And if you don't have that, if you don't have that in your life, you know, my heart is broken for you. My heart is broken for you, because I wouldn't have made it. You know, I wouldn't have made it without people who cared about me. And some of you guys is going through this shit alone. You know, you're going through this alone. And that's where, shit, even if my purpose in life at this point is to sit in this chair and just be the voice of reason for somebody else, then there we go. I found a new job, working my hands. I'll sit and I'll talk to people who doesn't have nobody, because my wife got me through, you know. And it wasn't, the sad part is, like, the government will scratch their head about this situation. Lawmakers will sit there and make policy and deliberate like it's a lunch meeting and shit, and veterans be dying. You know, they'll be stepping over a dead veteran's body with a sign hanging off it. You know, homeless veteran needs some food or whatever. Like, you're gonna step over the body of this individual to go to your Washington law fucking office where you sit there and play cards. I don't know what you'd really do to walk by veterans, 40,000 homeless veterans, and call yourself like trying to come up with a solution. You know, like, these people out here that get traded their whatever it is they would want to do in life, they traded that for you, and you walk by those people and, you know, put politics in front of that. You know what I mean? Like, that's sickening. It is. And I worry right now that all of our resources are going places with no returns. You know how I know that? You know how I know there's no returns where our money's going right now? Because if it ain't going to these veterans and it ain't going to American families that needs assistance, and if it's not going to like our next generation and propelling them with what they need, you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's not going into that, it's going into black holes. You know, black holes where money just goes to die, because that's a better way to spend money. Says who? You know, how does Vietnam work for you? You know, so many people lost their damn life. So much money was spent. And at the end of the day, you didn't get, really, what did you get for that? How about Afghanistan? America? What'd you get for that dollar? What about Iraq? What'd you get for that dollar? You know, like, how much tax dollars can you shove down a country's throat somewhere and think you're going to get a return on an investment? Like, how many times can you repeat that experiment off the backs of working men, women, off the backs of military veterans or whoever else? How many times can you do that same shit over and over and think it's going to turn out different? You know, there's people in the chat right here. Perfect example, Mopar. You know, like, brother got medical discharge from the military, from the army, and he can't get disability for his foot. But we got 40 billion fucking dollars to spend on another country that looks a lot and smells a lot like Vietnam. It looks a lot and smells a lot like Iraq, because how much money did we spend? You know, what happened the moment we left Afghanistan? Like, within 5 seconds of us leaving? You know, we'll spend money there. We'll fund another country's war. We'll do this dumb shit that you want to do, while the fucking guy getting out of the army can't get disability for his foot? You know what I'm saying? Like, who wants to serve in that fucking army? Sign me up. You know what I'm saying? I want to put my tax dollars to work so that they won't work for me. And you wonder why the recruiting numbers are down? I'll tell you fucking why. Because look at the VA. You know? When people comparing retirement options and 401k plans and shit, all they got to do is look, hey, we can offer you this comprehensive health package and blah, 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 or we can offer you the VA. I'm gonna just stop. I'm gonna just pause the fucking stream. Run a commercial break, somebody, because I'm about to go the fuck off. But we got $40 billion to send overseas for a war that's going to jeopardize more American lives for the next 20-year struggle you want to do. I got nothing against Ukraine, but I had nothing against Vietnam. I had nothing against Iraq. I had nothing against Afghanistan. Because they didn't have shit to do with the four corners of the United States over here. You know what I mean? Like, I signed up to defend that. And if you ain't, like, right outside the gate right there, you know, I don't even know you exist. I'm not even paying attention to you. But we will find, as a country, we will find unlimited resources to go out of our way to involve ourselves in conflicts that end up black hole. You know? I couldn't tell you if you know, Ukraine or Russia, whatever's happening there, I can't tell you that. But history can tell you that what was going to happen will happen as soon as the money dries up. You know what I'm saying? Like, once the money dries up, It doesn't matter what you wanted to happen. It doesn't matter what you wished would happen. When the money dries up, the same shit is going to happen that was going to happen. And in the meantime, the army, my man over there in the army who can't get disability, you know, it's like that didn't change. You know, maybe we could have taken, instead of $40 billion to this, maybe we could have taken like $39.999 billion and saved a little slice of that for the guy that can't get disability for his goddamn foot. You know, I mean, fuck off. Politicians right now, fuck off. You know, that's my God-given American freedom rights that I basically broke my body for. I can say whatever the fuck I want to say. You know, you can, well, you could take my rank. You know, you already took my legs, you took my arm, my nerves are shot. You know, I can't feel shit anyway. You know, it's like you could take something from me as a military member saying I'm not allowed to speak on the issue, whatever else. I don't care about that. Because the joke is on the politician right now. I never seen a circus like that where you could sell tickets to that same show, and when you already know how fucked up it is, it's like Democrat, Republican, it doesn't matter. The point is, if any of you can sleep at night, that 40,000 homeless veterans in this country doesn't have a place to lay their head down, if any of you can sleep at night, I don't want to speak to you. I don't want to vote for you. I don't want to have nothing to do with you. Because those are the people that I was next to who aren't here anymore, you know? I got friends of mine that's not here anymore. Because somehow some shit over there in another country's business is so important. You can put a little small microdose of cash on, you know, solving a crisis for veterans and for military. You know, we got military families living in base housings that has mold in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just found out about that the other day, that my blood was boiling on the damn couch. I could have left like a red stain of just blood boiled on the couch when I heard that. Like, think about my son or daughter living on a base housing, breathing in mold, and like politicians just going to work with their hand in their pocket. Like, we'll see what we can do about it. You know, we'll vote on it. And it's always down to the money. It's always down to like the funding. But I feel like the Bible just says something like, you know, where a man's treasure is, there his heart will be also. And I feel like America's treasure is not in their young men and women right now. You know, it's not in their youth and building up what's important to this nation. America's treasure somehow, for whatever reason, has always been over there in somebody else's fucking side of the planet. And it costs your daughters and your sons to go get it. And it's never enough. It's never enough. It will always be this insatiable urge to go get whatever the fuck is needed out there. I still don't know what it is. I've been on every ocean. I've sailed every ocean. I've lived at sea for years of my life and have never found that shore that America must be looking for when it comes to these politicians wanting to spend money. You know what I mean? Like, Ukraine it's not my personal feelings. Like my feelings towards Ukraine is this or that. I don't wish any ill will on you at all. But what I do wish is that American citizens would have what they need. You know, like, I wish that. You know, I wish that people who's having a hard time with employment or whatever struggles internally as a nation has, I wish that our lawmakers would focus on that sometimes. before we try to solve everybody's problems, maybe we can fix a few, of the problems that the veterans have, and not let them sleep out fucking side. You know what I'm saying? We got 40,000 homeless veterans. Like, how about we not let them sleep outside? That's a great policy. I signed that bill. It's the No Veteran Sleeps Outside bill. And here I hereby authorize the government to spend money on that. But we're over here right now, and I believe somebody correct me if I'm wrong about this, but Zelensky or somebody said something about we need this much billions for like our green energy programs or some bullshit. I don't give a fuck where you charge your Tesla at. I don't give two shits about that if my homie's sleeping in the street right here. Like, if a veteran who served this country is sleeping somewhere that they're not comfortable with, I'm not okay with that. And I'm getting, like, I'm seeing reports of money being spent on, like, your green energy shit, your programs over there. Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but this shit is falling apart right now. Where the fuck you gonna charge your, you know what I mean? It's like, that's not for me to decide. That's not for me to determine. What's for me to determine is, why are these people elected to office who would allow this to happen? That's what's left to me to determine. Because I tell you what, I don't care what side of the political aisle you fall on. If you're okay with letting the veterans sleep outside, you don't have to worry about my vote. I don't care who you are. I don't care what policy you practice. If that's something you're fine with that, you don't have to worry about my vote. It won't be coming your way. Trust me. And a lot of people right now is giving flack to somebody like Tulsi Gabbard, who served the country, and everybody's politically, you're entitled to say whatever you want to say, have your political beliefs or whatever else. But here's a person who served the country and actually leaving her party behind because she disagreed with it. She disagreeing with the way shit is working. Like, you just like, I can't agree with this. And that's me saying right now, like, I can't agree with, like, lawmakers and decision makers who think it's okay to let veterans sleep outside. With these large sums of money that we swing around, it's like America got like a 10-foot pole trying to swat a mosquito with it. You know what I mean? Like you got a 10-foot big ass pole and you're trying to hit bugs, talking about, we're solving problems. Just spending money, just forcing people, handcuff me behind my back and throw $40 billion in my pocket, but let this fucking guy sleep outside. What the fuck? And I'm sorry, because I was having a real good Christian conversation before this. And I don't know if I let the emotions get the best of me, because I'm thinking of like specific people. I'm thinking of names of people that I miss. People who lost that battle, that we're sitting here talking about on the stream right now. Like, having support, having a system. For me, my wife, 100% is the reason why I'm still here. I'll love her to death for what she put up with on my behalf. But so many people don't have that support. So many people, whether it was like, Patrick, I'm not trying to put you out there, but it's like, you're already somebody that lost your career, you lost your career, and the person you're depending on, is like, their life is in jeopardy as well. So how desperate that feels, and you seeing the kind of money that we're spending on shit right now as a nation, it gotta make you feel some kind of way. Like, how many more people might there be who couldn't pay a mortgage or couldn't pay a bill, or whose power might get shut off right here at home, and we over here about how can we get green energy solutions across the planet. Like, motherfucker, we got the lights going off tonight, right here in America, in this living room. You know what I mean? Like, people feeling that, like, desperation and not seeing the political leaders around them responding to that. You know? Like in the military, if you were going on an operation and something something doesn't smell right, like this looks like it's doomed to fail, this operation that we're going on, I'm going to bring that up to my commander, and my commander is going to say whatever he needs to say to put the brakes on that shit, you know? But I don't know of a commander who would say, hey, I hear your concern. Matter of fact, I see where we're headed, and I know, that's doomed to fail, but we're just going to hold course here and continue this failure process. Like, what kind of commander does that? Like to use the same logic, it's like, politically, I feel like we're getting into that arena. Like, we need to figure out who is waving this magic wand of dollars over these other countries when the shit over here is so bad in some places. I mean, I'm running out of room to put analogies on it because these are real people's situations. This is real life. We got so much shit wrong right now here that we don't need to be fixing everything else somewhere else. You know what I mean? Like, I'm looking at our track record on military spending wise, and I get why. You need to have the brightest, fanciest, newest shit. I won't argue that. You know what I'm saying? We need to have the best warships. We need to have the best trained staff, personnel. We need to have the best, military arrangement possible. I get that part. But what I don't get is how, we don't need to maintain those things in a way that ensures their survival. Like, that's the disconnect. It's like, we want to spend all this foreign money everywhere, while people on our own goddamn carrier doesn't have clean drinking water. Like, I slept on a carrier more nights enough to know, like, your safety, your sanctity, where you're finished a shift of work is the small 6 by 6 foot, like, what is it? It's a casket. You know what I mean? Like, the enlisted military member is confined to a space on board that ship that he can call his own, the size of a casket. You slide in a casket every night. It's small. It ain't no apartment. Ain't no deluxe fancy whatever the fuck. But this little coffin right here is my space. And when you can maintain that, you can get through a lot of mental anguish and physical anguish when you're like, hey, I got my space, I got something to eat, I can drink water. But when you can't drink clean water, like, they got hide fluid that came into the water supply at one point. I was double dragging for like 2 days, bro. Yeah. You're not bothering us at all, Mopar. You ain't bothering me one bit. This sidebar, whatever I'm on now, it's too late to stop where I'm going now. I've already, the axe has been swung. We here. So whether or not that was you inducing that, or whether or not I was crash course heading this way all along, it ain't got nothing to do with it. I appreciate you and I respect you and I would love to have you around. That's separate. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm going now, my brain is just, it's touching a nerve right now, because even I'm sitting here playing this video game and I can't even see straight. I can't even concentrate on what I'm trying to do because of how frustrating this feels. But like, why would we spend all this money everywhere? on everything for everybody else but us. Why? You know? You know, like, this shit is blowing my mind. But yeah, I mean, like, we got warships that needs maintained. We got like troops that need trained up. We got resources they need. Their families needs to live in a base housing that doesn't have mold in it, for God's sakes. You know, like, those are the few things that they might ask you for. But we still finding ways to spend money somewhere else. Like the shit grows on trees. You know where it grows from? Tax-paying Americans. You just keep on pulling those weeds, you know? Just rake in whatever dollars you can rake off them so that we can spend this willy-nilly ass money everywhere. And at the end of the day, our American citizens don't have what they need. Like, what the fuck? What are you doing? Is what I gotta say. And that invitation is extended to Republicans and Democrats alike. If something about where we're at is okay with y'all, I'm fucking livid with both sides. You know, because here's what's crazy is you get paid to sit in a room and argue about shit. Regardless of whether you pass a bill. Regardless of whether or not. It's not performance based. You know what I'm saying? I feel like Americans are used to like a performance paced schedule. You know, if you're not the top player in the league, but you can get the job done. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a contract, we can work. But if you're the guy that fucking been sleeping under the bench at the stadium, you know, you ain't played ball in like 25 years. It's like, you go give him the $40 million contract? And that's the way it feels like our government spends money. Is like wherever the fuck you want to. And it'd be like if you're gonna have a stadium built, right? And we'll call this stadium America Stadium, where, you know, all of America's welcome to come watch whatever event is being hosted. But it's like the bleachers are falling apart. You can't find nowhere to sit. It stinks. You know what I mean? Like, you can't breathe when you're sitting in it. It's like, okay, we're going to take that reinvestment into this America project. We're going to pause that. And we're going to spend the money somewhere over here, somewhere in another country, like elsewhere. Fix that problem first. Who the fuck do you think is coming to your game next week? If that's the experience they had. As an Americans, it's like we're used to that pay transaction type thing. You feel me? But as a politician is, how many bills you pass, how much legislation you wrote, how much whatever the fuck you did doesn't change your pay. So, in all honesty, y'all could get in a room and do jumping jacks for like 12 hours straight. And I wouldn't know the difference is if y'all was scratching your head about, oh, you know what? I agree to disagree, Senator. You know, y'all still getting paid 6-figure salaries for this shit. And you gonna let a fucking veteran sleep in the street anywhere in this country? Get the fuck out of here. Like, I'm telling you, this guy better want to do like every kind of drug. He's like, don't touch me. I want to sleep outside. I'm done. Like, this is where I want to be. And I'm okay. All right. Cool. My man has reached the end of his rope. Like, he wants to sleep outside. Leave him alone. But if you're talking about somebody that's like, hey, I wish I had somewhere to lay down tonight where the power was on still. You know, like, I wish that when I went to sleep tonight, it wasn't so cold that, like, I won't feel my fingers when I wake up. You know, like, if there's any veterans like that who served this country and you laying there like that, and the 6-figure salary makers can't come up with a plan to help you, but your last working dollar as an American, like your last money you earned with your hands was taxed to go into a system that will allow you to sleep on the fucking outside? And you ask, like, well, the veteran suicide numbers might be trending to the upward side. It's like, well, fuck yeah. You know? Like, all this shit you ever went through. Can you imagine being halfway through your military career and someone's like, hey, you're going to sleep on the street, bro. You think he was bullshit, and you're like, nah. What the fuck you talking about, bro? Like, what do you mean? He was like, no, I looked into a globe and saw your future was to sleep outside with the newspaper covering yourself. You know what I'm saying? High on whatever you could find. No treatment resources, no programs to get you the support you need. Your family already moved out. Your wife left you. Kids don't want nothing to do with you. Like, your life is fucked. And you're going to sleep on the street for like 20 years and die. And no one's even going to know where you died at. No one's going to come to your funeral. Like, no one's even going to know where you ended up. But the last taxable dollar from your working life went into six-figure salaries for people who couldn't come up with a solution on solving that problem for you. How the fuck? Because I tell you right now, if this was a performance-based salary, you know how much fucking laws would be written? You know how much bills would get signed? And you would see Democrat and Republicans shaking hands like it would look like a machine gun went off, how fast they shaking hands on some policies and shit. If this was like the same level of compensation, like goods for services type thing, you know? Like, what if politicians didn't get paid based on a salary? What if they got paid based on a performance outcome? You know? They'd still be at work right fucking now. You know, what time is it? 2:30 a.m.? Hey, it ain't quitting time yet, bro. We got to make this dollar. Like, that's where you would see politicians actually break a sweat coming up with ideas of how to help your ass. Because now they're not getting paid unless the performance, you know what I mean? Like, I just don't see how you can make that much and call it public service. You feel me? Like, I would do public service if they paid me a six-figure salary to do nothing. I haven't made no bill. I haven't signed no law. I haven't looked at no policy and collect a six-figure salary. Yeah, I fucking like that. You know, because here's what happens is America's the only country where we will pay men and women to argue with each other, and they don't have to produce a result to get money from us. We got conned, bro. We got conned because Democrat-Republican issues aside, is if we came up with a society model where you call that public service, where your compensation is 3 times the salary of a military man who might have spent his fucking life grinding for your ass to be, you know, have a country to be, like, he might make 1/3 of what you make, but like your job is to go argue with other people about shit, and you don't have to make results happen. You know what happened in my career? If I didn't make results happen, I wouldn't have got promoted. You know what I mean? Like, and I went over this too the last time, being on fucking WIC and government assistance while I'm working for the government. You know, like, that's how bad this shit was. Is like, I gotta pay for my groceries with coupons from the government because the government's not paying me enough to be in the government. What the fuck? You know, like, yeah, I was a 3rd class. I'm not ashamed. I was a 3rd class on WIC. We were on welfare, basically. You know? On a military salary was basically put us at the welfare line of, like, we need help with milk and cheese. You know what I mean? Like, I was there. But you know what? If I didn't produce some fucking results, I didn't get promoted. And there's no way I would got promoted from E1 to E6 in a 7-year span if I wasn't figuring some shit out. 7 years, promote 6 times. Because if I could sit in a room and not make anything happen, if I could sit in a room and just argue with somebody and make 6 figures, like, I didn't have to go get results. I didn't have to work. I didn't have to rack my brain too hard to think, hey, this is a job arrangement that's working out for me. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck? So, I don't care if politicians make the money they make, but don't call it public office. Don't call it public service. Because service means you're obtaining goods. And I'm not obtaining any goods from these politicians right now. I'm not obtaining any goods from it. So for you to call it service would be like, hey, you know what, this congressional duty, no one wants to read through a 5,000 page volume of all these law bills we got to pass, but I volunteer to take up that arrangement for you, and we're going to be serving the public. That's serving. Like, when you think of thank you for your service, I'm not thinking of a politician who made 6 figures. I'm not. Like, your job is to solve crisis at a level that makes my brain explode, because I got paid like $30K to figure out how to arm F-18s and shoot down. I get paid $30K for that. So you getting paid 6 figures must mean your ability to determine what the fuck needs to happen is on another echelon. But somehow you let a fucking veteran sleep on the street? God damn. Like, your brain power is so pushed to the max that you warranting this level of salary here in your public service. You know what I mean? Like, you are in this position to make change at a high level, and you will let somebody sleeping on the fucking street. Like, I'm lost right now. But before I saw the statistics, I really thought, like, this last college year has pushed this out of me, because the research I had to do for these projects, when I was looking at veteran suicide, and veteran suicide was like, hey, I want to figure out how to be positive influence for that. I want to figure out how to end veteran suicide. That was like my college goal, like working on those type of assignments, trying to come up with those ideas. And the moment I saw the veteran numbers of homelessness, immediately, like, the fire got lit under. It was like the feeling, like the flames and ember feelings that I had, because I feel like betrayed, man. Like, how could I stand up for this Constitution on this? Like, I will put my life on this. It will be my children on this. I'll miss the birth of all of my children for this. I miss all of the Christmases with my family for this shit. And I didn't tell a lot of people, like, we were talking earlier, I didn't get to see my son born. I didn't get to be home for that. When I met my son, he was 4 months old already. You know what that's like? To have in your mind, like, I'm going to be a dad. And then you find out, oh, I'm going to be gone. And then you come home to like a 4-month-old kid, and it's like, wait, you like part of my body? Like, what the fuck is this? Like, I loved him to death and I didn't even know why. I had to connect with I had to relearn, like, who my son was. My son didn't even recognize me because he didn't know me. You know, like I did that because I believe in this country. But you have people within this country who would let someone sleep outside. You know, like I will walk over your body to get to my government office where I'm supposed to law make and decision make for you. I will step over your cold, wet body in the morning and go publicly serve. You know, like, I think the ratio is a little off. You know, if I'm missing my children being born, and it wasn't just my son, I missed my daughter born. You know, it was enough to give my firstborn son to the shit, but I missed my daughter being born. And like I told you, like, you know, when I was home for one of my children to be born, that was the one that died. You know, like, you know how shitty that felt, like, to be excited about being a dad. Like, I missed it the first time. You know, like, I missed being with my son for like 4 months. And I was excited to be a dad. And I was home for it this time. And my son didn't make it. You know, like, that shit hurt, man. And it's like, I'll put this country on my back for whatever I believe in. Like, I will give it to you because I already gave it to you. But you gonna let another veteran sleep on the street because you can't sign a bill? Get the fuck out of here. Like, it just made my brain explode. Because somehow, you know, I'll give my left nut for the country and be gone from my family for shit and miss Christmas, birthdays, everything, and miss my daughter being born the next time when I was supposed to be home. You know, I'm not going to have any more kids. You know, like, that ship has sailed. Like, that experience is whatever it was made to be is been had. It's like, I could do that for the country. Like, I could believe in that and then turn around one day because my wife left, or because I lost connection with my friends, or I lost a basis for gainful employment, that I would go from that to sleeping on the street right afterwards, you know, while the same people would sit in office and argue about it. I'm sick to my stomach, man. I'm sick to my stomach because we are owed better than that. You got men and women in this country that said, like, listen, I don't care your political background. I don't care you want to identify whatever the fuck you want to identify. Like, I will die for this country because I love it. You got men and women like that doing that job every day. You know, and you think that they can find themselves one day waking up on a sidewalk somewhere. What the fuck is going on with that? You know, I knew people that rode the fucking career till the wheels fell off, man. I'm talking about a crusty ass senior chief, you know, where you had to pry the Navy out of his gold fucking hands because he would not let go. Loved for this country, gave his life, do whatever you want to call it. You know what I mean? Like, patriots out there. And the message, you know, being sent is like, that's okay and all, but we got money to spend in these other countries somewhere else before you get, you know, your VA hospital treatments, before you get released from the military to go actually start your own life over again. You know, it's like all this bullshit of stuff that's going on is the reason why veteran suicide is up. the stress, it's the reinventing of the wheel. Like, you know, every 4 years I gave up my best friendships in life. You know, like every time I leave a place, I would be like, damn, those were some badass dudes. I love them to death. You know, that hurt. I'm not going to find that again. And I tell you what, by the time I left the next duty station, I had those friendships again. You know what I mean? Like, loved people and have them ripped out of your life every 4 years. You know, when I got hurt, I was talking to my wife. Like, when I got hurt was the first time I ever stayed in one spot for 3 years. And I started being like, damn, come to think of it, it's like, not only have I been in the United States, but I've been in the same state for 3 years? What the fuck? Like, I was lost. I was like, this never happened before. Because I literally moved everywhere and for any coast to coast move. Let me tell you how stupid this shit was before I lose my mind again. So, I'm an aviation electrician, right? You don't have to be, a doctor or anything, but getting the F-18 off the fucking ground takes a little bit of rocket science. You know, for some reason, they put assholes like me in the way of that electrically. I couldn't tell you why, but, I got them flying. I did pretty good. Solve the problems, whatever you want to call it. It's like, we could be good at our job for a lot less than you, politicians. You know what I mean? Like, we can get aircraft up. We can get missions done. We can move across the fucking country. And here's the shitty part, so I'm an electrician. I'm on deployment right now. Work my ass off. Studying at night so I can promote. I make advancement to 3rd class petty officer. Oh my God, I made it. I'm 3rd class petty officer. So my whole deployment, like, I'm grinding. Because they gave me new responsibilities. They put me in charge of shit. Now I got people calling me, hey, petty officer, what time can it? It's like, oh, damn, is that me? Oh, I'm a petty officer now. Okay. Feeling it. But working my ass off too, in the line shack. Chaining jets down, out in the elements, cleaning the cockpits, doing all this shit for pilots so they can get up out of the, out of the bed and go fly. Like, basically, it's like, here's your jet, it's fueled, it's ready to go, sir. We've wiped the fucking window for you. Everything is set up for you. So, doing that, and then they come at me and say, hey, there's been an issue with your security clearance. So, that promotion that we gave you? Like, we're going to need that back. And come to find out, it was a paperwork issue that affected, like, thousands of people like me. Where they advanced, and their advancements could not be, like, documented properly because of the security issue. So, those promotions were redacted from those people. So, I went from a position of authority with responsibility, you know what I mean, to like, hey, you're right back there with the airman guy that's hanging out back there, like demoted by a clerical error, okay? And this clerical error made me not able to re-enlist. So not only did I lose a promotion, now I can't re-enlist. And at the time, I got a newborn that I haven't seen yet, and a wife that's waiting for a paycheck somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, this isn't the time for me to not be able to re-enlist because of a clerical error and lose a promotion that we've been budgeting for and that we have been, like, needing desperately because we're on WIC right now and we can't afford fucking groceries. So, my promotion is taken away for working my ass off and a clerical error, you know. And that's when they decide to tell me, hey, by the way, you know the house you just bought last year? You're going to have to pack up and move out of it, because if these orders don't work out for you, the only thing we got is in California. And this is in Virginia, mind you, where I live. Like, I bought my first house at 23, something like that. Young. And it was a goal. It was something I wanted to put my chin into. Like, I want to have a place to live where I can raise my son who I'm not going to see. You know what I mean? I want to have a place where my wife can feel like she can lay down at, because I ain't going to be laying down there. You know what I mean? Like, that's the American dream. I want to give somebody the American dream, because my ass is still going to be on this ship right now. Working for peanuts doesn't even cut the fucking bill. You know? Basically, just being shit on. And now you gotta move cross country. So, my wife at the time had to pack up the entire fucking house on her own with a baby and leave the house that we, like, bought. You know what I mean? Move out of it. So imagine a woman who was excited to show, like, her friends pictures and all, like, oh, this is my house, you know, my husband out here fucking working these deployments, got promoted. Well, guess what? No, you didn't get promoted because of a clerical paperwork bullshit. And also move out of your fucking house, like, tomorrow, and go to California. You know what I mean? Like, veteran suicide doesn't seem like it's hard to come up with a reason why someone might feel pressure. You know, I can't even make it home from deployment, and I'm already about to get a divorce at this point. You know what I mean? It's like, hey, baby, pack up the shit. No, I'm not going to be home before the movers get there. No. Pack this shit up, get the baby, and get the fuck out. We going to California. You know what I mean? Like, and your wife is supposed to be like, okay, I'll quit my job tomorrow. And who's going to send us these, like, welfare checks? You know, where are we going to get the government cheese from if we move, like, I don't know which grocery store we're going to be able to afford in California? You know what I mean? Like, fuck off. Just trying to get there, man. You know, trying to get a slice of the American dream. Trying to get this fucking foundations built for your family for some generational wealth. And these 5-generation deep fucking politicians will let shit like that happen in a service member's lifetime and ask why the suicide rate is up in the same breath. And I don't want to put anybody's, like, bad taste in your mouth for politics. Whoever you support is up to you. I don't give a shit. But when I'm hearing somebody just, like, bought, like, 5 hotels, you know what I mean? Like a government official is, like, buys, like, Marriott's, for example. And I had to live like that in service to this country. How does you serving the country means that you can buy your 5th Marriott hotel branch, and I was doing good to hold on to my house and hold on to, like, civilian life for my family at the time. You know what I mean? Like, I was doing good to hold on to that. But we're both serving public somehow. You know, I wish I was on the end of buying my 5th hotel and trying to figure out which hotel do I want to fucking pass on to my grandson. You know what I mean? Like, I'm over there moving across country to the other side whilst being on deployment. And the reason I bring that up is there's people who will do that shit for this country. That's not even the problem. There's people that will do that shit for you because they are doing it right now. There are people on carriers right now. There is people over in DJ right now eating shitty food probably and just being grateful there was Wi-Fi out there so they could FaceTime their families. You know what I mean? Like, there's people that will do that for you, but you're gonna let them sleep on the fucking ground. Makes me sick, man. You know, like, it hurts. It really hurts. Like, I didn't want to get on a fucking stream and get like emotional, but I know people that's not here right now. And if you're in Washington and you can go to these fucking meetings and argue about where to spend money, and you skip veterans and you skip military families and you skip resources like for that, I don't know what's the greater irony here. It's like that you have people that will go to the moon and back, or that you have people right here that would let them go to the moon and back and then let them sleep out fucking side when they get, you know what I mean? Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, I didn't mean to get like lose my shit like this, guys. I'm sorry, because like it's just like the white hot tears, like the rage kind of tears where like you can't see out of your eyeballs, because you know, like, people went through things for this service of this country and this beautiful country. Like, I will swear to you up and down, there is nowhere else in the planet that I would rather be than right here in America. I promise you that. You got people like liberals and like these fucking movie stars and shit be like, well, if you don't elect the person I like, I'm fucking leaving. And it's like, okay, I'll see you here when you get back. Because, trust me, you'll come back. Nobody stays gone from fucking America. We got people jumping over the goddamn fence right now to get in America. You know what I mean? Like, there's a reason why they're trying to come here. Because there's some shit going on here that's pretty good, I would say. And you take it from somebody that's been all over the planet. I've been to Africa, Tanzania, fucking places like Somalia, Yemen, fucking all over the desert, everywhere. Out in the middle of the ocean I've been. I've been to places in the ocean that's so fucking dark when the lights go out that you can see galaxies that you never even knew existed out there. You could see stars you can only dream of because it's never been that dark. Like, that's how far in the fucking ocean I've been. Like, way out there where you can see the faintest light pollution possible. Like we've been to some remote areas and I could search high and low, and I have not found one place I would rather live than right here in the USA. And that's facts. From somebody who's been there, not like, you know, somebody on Instagram who posted some shit because they don't like it here. You know what I mean? I've been to the fucking places. I'm telling you, like Hong Kong, been there. Korea, been there. You know what I mean? Like, pick somewhere weird as fuck. Chances are I've been there. You know? Been to South America, been to all over Europe, been to... I mean, you can spin a map and put your finger down and you can't find somewhere on the map that I probably haven't at least, like, swam by. You know what I mean? Like, I've been around, and America is the greatest fucking place on the planet. When it comes to raising a family and not wondering if the environment around you is going to implode, like, not worrying that the terrorist faction isn't going to, like, rape your wife and rip your children out of bed. It's like, that shit happens in other countries right now. Like, that is what is happening right now. Food insecurity, riots, shit's burning. Like, people in this country, sometimes younger people, they get onto like a political issue or whatever. They get fired up like, oh, we fucking leave. You know, we don't like Trump or whatever it is. We'll fucking leave. Okay, I'll see you when you get back. Take it from me, like the shit out there, people. There's a reason why people want to risk their lives to bring their family here. Like we seeing stuff on the news right now. That people's is leaving out of, horrible conditions, saying I might not survive the journey. I might not make it, but at least if I can die right there next to it is better than where I'm living right now. Do you know what you have here in America is a treasure amongst the world, highly coveted, and will always have threats. This is a beautiful fucking place. America is amazing. There's opportunity, jobs, there is things you can do here in America that's on limited supply elsewhere. And I'll say till the day is long, like that, I will defend that country, I'll do whatever. But I could not ask somebody to pay a tab for me if, I was going to let them sleep on a fucking bench. And that's my point. That's coming full circle back. Is like all the things I appreciate about this country. All the things I love about being here. If I was a politician going to work every day, I could not drive past somebody. I could not ignore. If somebody told me one story, like, hey, we got this base out here in Wichita where there's mold on the walls and people can't breathe in there. It's like, we need fresh military housing. We need whatever. It's like, if I caught wind of that, you've got my 100% focus. Like, that's the way I feel. It's like, the people that's ready to secure what this nation means and what the ability to be an American means, there's people that will go secure that for you. They'll go pay that bill. But you better not ask them to sleep on the bench, man. That should be the policy you sign. Democratic, Republican, it doesn't matter what side. Trump supporter, election deniers, or whatever the fucking middle ground categories. But it's like, you ask somebody to pay that tab, don't let them sleep on the bench. Can we sign that into law? Can we get a round of applause? Like, fucking sign that law. If you're paying the tab, don't sleep on the bench. It was hard to make it, but I made it with support. So some of my friends out there who's happened to be young and single, because getting married wasn't something that a 25-year-old kid was trying to do when he was overseas on deployment. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of these guys were single. They were just out there, just kind of see the world, whatever. And they didn't have the kind of support network I have now. Like, the family or resources, whatever else. Like, these were solo riders who've been out there so long doing these deployment life cycle things that slowing down and having a family and building networks wasn't possible. So they don't have the support structure that I had. And just with the support structure, the amount of stress, that my wife has, that I put her under right now, the way she sees me hobbling around and getting frustrated and things, she's dealt with so much and has not complained, just a beautiful woman. I'm thankful to God for her. But there's people that don't have that in the military or even out of the military. It's there's people without that kind of support, man. So if you're a lawmakers and decision makers, you gotta retrain yourself how to feel at the ground level, if someone drives you to work, you wake up because you setting your alarm, blah blah blah, and you walk outside and someone opens the door to your vehicle and you driven somewhere to work, you need to remember what it was like when you were running late and you were going out and your car won't start. and you got a fucking drill sergeant, or you got a chief, or you got a, you know, platoon commander, I don't know, whatever the fuck other military branches got. You know, you got somebody that's expecting you to be somewhere on time, and you can't get there on time. You know, because your piece of shit vehicle or whatever it is doesn't work on your salary. You need to, like, step back into that role and then start making decisions. You know, like you need to connect with that part first. I feel like some of these people forgot what it was like, if they ever knew. Because like I said, you got 5th and 6th generation politician families that are basically forming a dynasty here, where their children didn't have to know what it was like. You know, like, you shouldn't necessarily have a corner on a government offices like a crime family would have in like 1920s New York. You know what I mean? Like, it shouldn't be like the so-and-so family owns this portion of the government because they've been 5 times elected into office, and it's like, you know, generational wealth and all sort of shit built on top of American working people. You know, when you connect with us down here and start realizing what some of the surface level issues are right here, right now, and it's not Ukraine, it's not energy, green energy and shit. What I'm worried about right now at my eye level is how to pay my bills. My bills, how to support my family, how to keep the internet bill on for my kids, because God knows if the internet bill got cut off. You know what I mean? Like, I'm worried about shit like that, and you're over here talking about by 2025 or 2030, whatever, you guys need to have electric vehicles. You know what I mean? Like, that's politicians' brains at work. By 2035, you guys need to have electric vehicles. This shit is happening in California. So, tell me how the person who can't afford to do shit right now is going to go drop a down payment on a $90,000 brand new vehicle, you know? Like, I feel like if you were born into politics and you grew up in politics and your only exposure to the working man was like you had to step over him on your way into the office, then you forgot that paying my fucking bill is important. Because if I don't pay my bill, shit gets cut off. And I've found that to be true many times in my life. You know, if I don't pay my bills, shit gets cut off. So I'd like to not have that happen. And meanwhile, you're over here coming up with policies that requires me to spend more money on electric vehicles that I can't even afford the gas vehicle I got. You know, keep in mind, I'm just an ordinary citizen here where I don't have $90,000 in my back pocket. You know, Elon Musk, God support him, God love him. You built a great thing here, but I can't afford it. So where does that leave me in 2035? I'll tell you where. It leaves you is probably public transit. That's also going to be charging itself by then. God knows that's going to be reliable. You know, government funded public transit that charges itself. Oh shit, if that can get me to work on time, thank God. You know, like, I don't have to buy an electric car. But no, you know, that shit won't work. So you go buy an electric car that you can't afford by 2035. You know what's going to happen? Used vehicle prices in California are going to triple. I don't have to be, I didn't need a degree to figure that out. That's just economics. It's, hey, if we can't buy a brand new electric vehicle, the next best thing being a used vehicle now has value that it didn't have yesterday. You know, because now, you know, no new vehicles, whatever. So now I got to buy one. Where am I going to get that? It's a pre-owned vehicle. I think we arrive at the conclusion. That's the only place you can find a gasoline-powered vehicle at this point. So what's going to happen is that's going to get ate up. We're talking about California here, okay? if there's a hoopty on sale, you know, they're going to buy it because that sure beats waiting for the self-charged government transit vehicle to get here. So they're going to buy that. But that's going to be supply and demand. Economics means that used vehicle prices in and around California will be so high that people will start bringing used vehicles from other states over there and selling them. I mean, that's just simple math, bro. You're going to create this cataclysmic vehicle market structure where the used vehicle price becomes like basically like new cars. Because here we go, back to energy independence. I get it. It's like where everybody wants to go green, and going green is fine, but guess who makes 70% of the fucking batteries right now? And it's not the United States. I'll give you a guess. So if we're not making 70% of the batteries for these electric vehicles, then what the fuck is making you think that the price is going to be what you think it's going to be? You know what I mean? Like, if said nation out there that makes a large majority of these batteries, if they say, hey, we're going to raise the price, then guess what happens to the cost of your electric vehicle? Goes up. Duh. So you're not only creating this used vehicle like epicenter of crime and like shady business practice, now you have other nations can price gouge you. They can adjust your economy because you've directed your economy into something that's not ready. But, you know, somehow at my $35,000 level, that logic system doesn't necessarily get you the big bucks. What gets you the big bucks is full steam ahead into these programs that don't work. That's how you really get paid, you know? Like, what the fuck are you doing? I get it. California. Green energy. If there's a place for everybody out there in California to want to do their green part, you know, I support you. But you're not going to get there tomorrow. The nation don't run on well wishes. You know what I'm saying? Like, it takes coal, oil, produce, products, servicemen and women out there to market and move shit for you from coast to coast. It's not something you just scroll up on your iPhone and say, oh, it'll be here tomorrow. Like, that takes fucking industries turning, and you just up and say, I want green policy, so tomorrow we're gonna do some green shit. I mean, that don't fucking work. The 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 2 in that scenario. It don't add up. It's a problem when you allowing a foreign country to set prices here, and by shifting to green too quickly, you're letting places like China tell you basically how your economy is going to run. Because here you cornhole yourself into something like, we need this amount of energy by this year. They can read the same news headline that you putting out. You know, it's modern day technology. They can read what the fuck you saying on the internet. So they're like, hey, Americans, by 2035, guess what? Turn up the fucking price, because batteries just got hard to find and we don't know how to make them anymore. You know what I mean? Like, they can change the game. So now your entire economy is changed because another nation flexed their will on you in a time where you were not prepared. And that's what the quick shift to green is, a quick shift to speaking Chinese here in America, because you're going to be run by the industries that support themselves, and you got there too quick. You're not supported. You're not ready. I'm all about green initiatives, man. I know there's plenty of ways we can clean up the shit stains and still contribute to a healthy, breathing, living environment for generations to come. I get it. But you can't snap your fingers and make it happen. And just putting out a policy doesn't make it happen. You know, like, industries need to be built around these ideas that are already operational before you commit. You know, like, all these green energy nuts out there crying about shit. I get you, but shifting everybody over to an electric vehicle doesn't change the fact that coal still, you know, fossil fuels is still producing the electricity for your shit to be plugged in. You know what I mean? Like, get there with this infrastructure built in place before you make, like, policy impacting day-to-day Americans. Like, I don't know anybody who can afford $90,000. So if I can't buy a new car in my state for, you know, whatever they want to charge for electric vehicles, it's going to be high because China's going to say, basically, we set the price now, you know. Whatever China decides the price is. Could be 90, could be 130. But if I don't have that in my back pocket, I don't have an option. You know what I mean? Like, I don't have a resource because we didn't transition to it. We didn't move progressively to it. You know what's funny is, like, the grocery store where I'm at has 2 hybrid vehicle charging spots. 2 of them. So everybody's ready to get on the green energy plan, but the grocery store got 2 plug-ins for it. You know what the whole rest of the parking lot is? Conventional, oil, fire-breathing dragon parking spot. So if the average consumer can see that, they're not stupid. They're like, hey, I'm going to get an electric vehicle. I live in an apartment, and our apartment only has 2 fucking chargeable car slots. Because believe it or not, it's illegal to run an extension cord from your apartment to charge a vehicle. Don't ask me why, like, I know shit like this. But you cannot run an extension cord out of your house to the parking lot to charge your vehicle. You know? I should just get off this game right now because I'm just fucking up these teams. I couldn't even tell you what the score was the last, like, 5 matches. But essentially, if, you know, you're not moving there, progressing, working the shit in, like, as it's supposed to be, then you're putting these type of, like, economic pressures on civilians, society, who, like, if they're anyone like me, it's like you're worried about real issues right now of, like, how do I solve this current crisis and keep the lights on, or how do I solve this immediate need? I can't even forecast more expenditure on top. And I also can't forecast, like, running out of batteries on the side of the road and not having another way of fuel to, like, get my shit together, you know? Like, I'm out of juice, so I gotta call somebody to come juice up my car on the freeway. Because we don't have charging stations at every quarter mile. We don't have that yet. You know what I mean? Like, you can go to a rest stop right now on U.S. international, or, you know, you can go on freeways right now and pull off the freeway at a state-sanctioned rest stop. And you will be surprised to find, if you're lucky, a charging spot. 1. You know what I mean? Like, we're not ready to swing the entire nation to this tomorrow. We need to build towards it while at the same time holding our strategic reserve. We need to have independence from foreign nations being able to set the price, is my point. When we produce more batteries than China does, then we can make the policy on what vehicles Americans can drive. That sounds fair. But don't ask me to beg China for batteries so they can set the price. You know what I'm saying? Like, California, is like the stepchild that just like fucked it all up. You know what I mean? Like, I love California. It's a beautiful place. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just the people who run it are determined to make California like, you know what I'm saying? Like, clean up your own act before you start enforcing the laws on the rest of the damn country. You know what I mean? Like, the homeless situation in California is so bad right now that the celebrities are leaving. They're like, my fucking Hollywood house, oh, I gotta leave. There's too much fucking homeless people. Like, you know, I gotta step over these bodies here when I'm trying to get to the beach in San Francisco. I think I'm out of here. You know, like, that's the people that are leaving California right now. And the people staying there making policies are basically asking China to insert price here. And that's a polite way to say. If they make 70% of the batteries and we're going to go all electric by this year, what price do you feel like would be fair? Like, when we go to China and say, we need to export these batteries because we made this law in California that you need to drive this electric vehicle by 2035. So China, you know, what sounds reasonable for batteries? You know what China's going to say? How about $1 million a piece? Because you need them. You know, your law states that without these, you know, and so meanwhile, American infrastructure is not taking on that load. It's not taking that burden yet. You know, like where we're producing batteries here, we don't produce batteries. We don't barely recycle batteries that we have here. You know, like the ability to recycle the fucking energy vehicles. You know, the EVs from like 2000 that don't work anymore. Whose job is it to fix that? I don't know. I just drive green. You know, I'm EV. I'm energy conscious. Well, when your vehicle's dead from your EV shit, who cleans that up? Who recycles that battery material and all that? You know, there's like very few places that actually do it. You know, China's ahead of the game because they've been doing it. But you know who we can like rely on? And those are the kind of questions you got to think when you're making a law. You got to have the whole picture. Like, the military trained us to summarily examine your environment and come up with like all the solutions and ideas possible, you know, to the point where you can nail down just about whatever strategic advantage or disadvantage is going to take place and map it out like 15 times. Like, the military will teach you that for a third of the cost that a politician. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to pay $150,000 a year for somebody who can figure this shit out, but you're going to pay $50,000 a year for the guy who go overseas and make the shit happen for you. You know what I mean? Like, that's what we have subscribed to as a nation. I don't know where the fuck we got wrong with this, but if you wrote this law in California and you didn't think this far ahead, shame on you. Because China's laughing. China will laugh all the way to the bank when you're over there talking about, what do you mean our battery imports, we can't meet these certain criteria. We got everybody in the whole nation driving these things. You know, over in California, we need more of these. And China being like, well, I'm not inclined to listen, but if you slide a few dollars my way, I might be able to come up with some batteries for you. Like, we need to make the shit here first. It's common logic. It's like easy to fucking predict. And I'm only getting paid about a third of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm cheap right now. My going rate is like next to nothing. And I can tell you right now why that shit is going to fail. You know what else is interesting is the resources that are used to create battery material. It's finite, you know, like it doesn't just evaporate out of thin air where you can just like, hey, we're gonna just make a battery cell and whatever. Like, this shit takes raw materials from the earth, and guess who's got a cordon on those? You know, guess who's got the experiment figured out? China's been doing this shit way longer than you and way cheaper than you because they don't have the standards that we have as far as what it means to employ people safely. If you're walking around, like before COVID started, you're walking around with masks on and you can't breathe where you live, I think that would mean that your government over there ain't doing some shit right. And nowadays, we got people who wear masks just because this is who they are. They're mask identity now. They identify with mask and they will never depart from mask. Okay, that's fine. You're an American. You have the privilege to wear a mask wherever the fuck you want. But you don't have the privilege to, you know, snap your fingers and make battery cells appear. And China does. China can snap their fingers and say, we got about 70% of what you need, so how much are you going to pay for it? And if a politician want to put his entire state in a position where they got to beg China for something, that's not a politician I want to live near. Or I don't want to be in the state next to it because the smell coming off that place isn't something I can tolerate. Like, if your dumbass couldn't put that shit together, then maybe China's paying you already. That's the only way, because you're like, we're gonna force this on our entire state by this day without the means to secure the shit we're talking about. Like, it'd be like I'm saying, hey, starting tomorrow, nobody in the house is eating cereal. Tomorrow morning, you guys are having some pancakes tomorrow. Cool. Who makes the pancake batter? Oh, somebody up. I'm gonna have to go make a call real quick. You know, it's like, what the fuck? I'm flabbergasted. Flabbergasted, man. I got no words. But then again, the motherfuckers that make these kind of decisions will be the same ones that stepping over the veteran who's sleeping outside on their way in. And it's like, excuse me, I didn't see you there sleeping out here. I didn't see you living here. I'm on my way to work. Oh, what do you do for? Oh, I'm a politician. I make decisions. Oh, really? What kind of decisions do you make? I don't make very good ones, but the people pay me for it anyway. I'm sorry, what'd you say your name was? U.S. fucking veteran is what my name was. That's me you're stepping over. On your way to fucking make poor decisions. For triple the salary. How about that? That shit's funny. When you think about it, it's comical. But this is the world we live in because people have standards this low. I wanted to say, like, this is the world we live in as like the anecdotal, oh, you know, people say this is the world we live in today. But it's like, no, this is the world we live in because standards have fallen. Anybody without the foresight, like, if you have what's called an economic advisory board and you can still come up with the decisions this bad, then not only should you be fired, the board should be fired, the entire fucking process should be fired, the whole state, everything fired, gone. Because not only did you make this bad decision, there was like 13 other people sitting there saying, yeah, this is a bad decision. I think we should make it. And getting paid to do that. And like not struggling. You know? Not struggling one bit. Now, someone from China could be watching this and think I was a comedian. Like, oh, that was funny. That was a great joke. That's not how they live. And they'd be like, oh, shit. That is what happened in California. Damn. That's not a comedian, actually. That's the news. Like, that's, oh, shit. Hey, guess what? They're going to need batteries in 5 years. You know? What do they think they started making more of the day you made that law? the day you sign that bill, what do you think? These other nations just, they don't have the internet? They don't know what you said? They don't know how to manipulate the entire market around you and like basically have you eating out of their palms? Like, what? I should propose this. Like, California, tell me how many battery makers you have. Tell me how many EV suppliers you have. How much raw fucking power you have to carry out the law you just wrote. And if you don't have, like, if 1 + 1 doesn't equal 2 at a congressional level, then the whole fucking everybody over there, you fired. Gone. You know what I'm saying? Like, my son knows math better than that. He's like, wait a minute. We don't make that many batteries. We don't have much materials here. Maybe writing a law about this isn't the right time. You know, like don't write the law and expect every fucking body in America to like shapeshift into what your law was written to. Because that's what you're asking businesses and everything to like, you know what's cheaper than like starting over? You know what's cheaper than that? Shutting it down and not opening again. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm a business owner and like somebody's like entire livelihood and economic prospect is like, I gotta U-turn my entire company. Like, I gotta spend money I don't have to recreate my business to serve this new business model. Or I can just shut it down and save money by literally ending my business right now. If you put Californians in that situation where it's cheaper to stop your generationally owned family business, or it's cheaper to shut your industry down because readapting your industry in a different way, it's like the business minds will always make the decision that impacts their wallet first. Be like, well, shit, I either declare bankruptcy or now my whole factory's directions, everything else is shifted into this economic model. Well, it's cheaper for me to just call it quits. And guess what? That's jobs. That's people's lives. That's someone's dad. That's, you know, like, that's people. And you're over there writing these policies and you just think like it's going to change how people perceive, you know, it doesn't work like that. This is life. This is no cursing. Oh, damn. I already messed it up. This ain't a no cursing night, Mopar. You didn't test me with that the other night, too. I was on a topic. I don't remember what it was. You got me hyped in the middle. Like, but I'm over here now, man. I'm just... Okay, I could try. I think what I need to do, though, to be fair, I need to stop playing this Warships, man. My heart's not in it right now. I let these poor teammates... I've been swimming circles around because my brain doesn't work anymore where I can multitask. Like, that circuit is fried. So, I don't know. Fix too many jets in my day. But that shit is fried. I can't multitask. So the whole time I was playing Warships, I was probably going in like 85 circles. I don't know. Shooting at whatever. But at least I see, hey, this isn't helping the team. You know, this is a perfect example of how policy and these lawmakers, they can adapt something that was like coming out poor. It's like, hey, I'm not contributing to the team goals with that. So how about I steer to a new direction? You know what I mean? Like, easy. Politics. I just did politics. Y'all gotta pay me now. Y'all gotta pay me 6 figures now because I just politicized. You know what I mean? Shit. Messing with you, trying to hit the light. Oh yeah, lighten the mood. I'm sorry. It has been a mood though. You guys got me, like, I've been borderline in tears and also like enraged multiple times in like a very short window. So that's impressive. And honestly, Patrick, from when it was just us talking earlier, I don't know how on earth we got from where we got from there to like we're talking about whatever we end up talking about. Like that cross one line dot to T, like I don't even know. You know, maybe that it would have been a few cocktails ago, but yeah, can't tell you. I guess I can go back and watch it tomorrow and be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe I just rambled on about this. But, you know, this is my channel, so if you don't like it, get the fuck out. I'll just play. This is terrible to say. You guys have been supporting me, man. Like, you guys have been coming back, like, every day bullshitting. You know, I had randomly got so many subs and follows, like, all in this, like, one span of time. It was, like, the biggest support where I was kind of like, I'm not sure I wanted to keep streaming as much or whatever. Like, I'll just cut it down, like, once a week or whatever. And then, like, all these people just showed up. And it's been, like, log in and they'll be like, hey, what's going on? And it's, like, a running dialogue with folks that I just grown to appreciate, you know? So here I am in my lizard world over here. I should probably change. This is what I always do. I forget to change the game. So people watching be like, this ain't Warships. You know, I'm dressed up as a lizard right now. You know, walking around in like old pirate days, and it's like they'll be like, this ain't no fucking warship. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do you a favor and let you know what it is. So you could save the hate mail for you know, it's just kind of funny to me. I had one guy last year get so upset when the game title didn't match. He like flipped out on the whole experience. You know, it was like I was just like, damn, do I just log out now? Like it was like very new for me to have someone like aggressively angry about something. So now it's like a running joke. I'm like, oh, I didn't change the fucking channel. It's endearing now. I don't really care. But anyways, me and my lizard here, we're just hanging out. I actually found that the card game inside of this is like super intellectual. It's a great game. Like, I don't know if anybody likes card games. Like, I guess maybe from the Navy wise, it's like we didn't really have anything else to do but play cards when, you know, you get into a shift and you want to do something. It's like, you know, didn't have no Netflix and shit. But we played card games. This game has a card game in it. So while I'm bullshitting here, I'm gonna log out and log back in to my card player. And you know, if you guys just hanging out and you bored or whatever, you can watch. But this shit is good though. It's strategic on so many different levels. Like, it really makes you think every move like a chess player move. But, you know, there's elements of randomness. There's obviously elements of chance, everything like that makes a card game what it is. But there's definitely some intelligent people that's playing this with like processes that leave your head spinning, you know, when you first get a game run on you. Yeah, I think you did send some people. You know, like Mopar, you know, it was around the same time as like Patrick, Mopar. There was another guy, the bearded guy. I'm so sorry, I don't want to forget people's names. The Tennessee beard. Any bearded gamer, I think. It was like a bunch of people came at around the same time. And then what was weird is like some of my videos, even though the watch time for like the actual video is not that high. Like some of my videos were just like blowing up where I was getting hours and hours of like watch time, and I'm like, who the fuck is watching my videos? Like, appreciate you, but like, okay, if people are paying attention, then I'll come back. So Tales of Tribute is the game. I know I'm already over here just faded, going in about it the wrong way. Go to Activity Finder, get into that ranked competitive. So I made it to the top rank. I mean, I ain't gonna toot my horn or nothing, but like, it took some thinking. But once you get to the top rank, then you compete for the leaderboard. And it's like, it takes like all the ranked people that got to the top, and then it's like, okay, now you compete with each other. So it's very competitive. But yeah, I mean, card game. Who would have thought? I get into a game to play a game. You know? Yeah. Mopar. I enjoy you too, Mopar, man. Like, you badass dude. You know? We be bullshitting on whatever topics and playing that Warships, like, I'm kind of sorry that our dynamic has, like, mostly consisted of stream wise, but like, even if we had a chance to hang out off stream, it's like, I know for sure, like, it seemed like we were both trying to coordinate our oh damn it, ads. Yeah, shit. But I was saying, it seemed like we were both trying to coordinate our streams and all, and like, it was doing a lot, but like, just playing offline, like, just not a lot of filter whatever going on. It was like where you could actually like be laid up on the couch playing like you normally would play, just like level, you know. And it's like the streaming part is like you get like used to talking, and for me, I can't multitask, man. You know, like, you guys see it more than anything. But the multitask part is horrible. So let me pick my patron. This is my go-to right here. Grandmaster Halalu. I'm gonna butcher your name just like I do anybody's name. But Grandmaster, that's my go-to right there. That's the homie. So the other one I like though is this psychic dude. It's already been picked. So Saint Palin, this guy. So you pick your 4 patrons. It's like before the match starts, and those 4 patrons determines what decks of cards are dealt. So I know that was confusing, but like, you don't really know what kind of cards are gonna come out because you don't know what your opponent's gonna pick. So once he picks, you gotta like adapt your strategy based on that deck of cards. So it's like playing with 4 decks of cards, and then they're all shuffled together and everybody evenly gets like cards, you know. So yeah, you gotta think on your toes, which I'm not doing right now. Why the fuck did I think this was a good idea? Yeah. Oh Mopar, man, shit. Anything I could do to help another fellow person out there trying to get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so to put it in perspective, I stopped streaming, you know? Like, I just kind of stopped. Like, something got real sad to me. Like, one of the guys that was coming by my channel a lot, I think he committed suicide. And the reason why I say it's like, we were like you and I, Mopar, like we were talking like consistent, where there was a rapport built up and everything, where, you know, it was like I could say like I knew the guy, is how it felt. And then we go from that to like, you know, no one's heard from him, his family couldn't reach him, you know what I mean? Like, something happened to him. And during that time, it was like, there was like a promotion thing I was setting up with this idea I was gonna like give away stuff for the channel for people and all that. So I got him the gift card for this thing, and it's like, hey man, do you gonna redeem it? Like, is there? And like that's kind of where, like, it made me think like, is he gone? Like something happened, because his family was like, hey, we haven't heard anything, you know, and they only knew me because I was streaming, and like, I'm like, bro, I got a gift card, like, you know, for the thing, like, you win, you know, and it's like nothing, gone. So that shit, I hate to put a morbid spin on it, but like that gift card, like that shit was like haunting me a little bit. It was like something happened to my friend, and like, you know, he was passionate about gaming. He was excited about industry. Like, we go back and forth. He was designing his own game. He was telling me all about it. Like, we built up this relationship, and like that was like supposed to be something to like express my gratitude for that, you know, helping me feel like, hey, this is something I can enjoy, hanging out, streaming, whatever, you know. And then, I mean, I don't know what happened, and that shit has sat on my desktop unredeemed. And I thought about doing another giveaway or something, and I was like, no, like, I just need to like do something with this, because I can't, like, I didn't want to delete it, but like I also didn't want to give it to anybody. It was weird. I don't. So before you say thanks, before before you say I appreciate it, just like, just know this awkward history that this situation. But at the grand scheme of it, I was like, look, this is a fucking guy that's trying to make a channel over there. You know, like, he's doing something. He's doing his YouTube, and he putting videos out every fucking day almost, because he's like another person who lost their livelihood to a misfortunate circumstance, an injury, illness, where you can no longer do what your 9 to 5 is either. So like, you know, Patrick was like that. And here I'm fucking up this card game too, guys. Like, I'm over here like, let me show you how to play cards. But this is more important. You know, what's more important is people lost their livelihood and like doesn't know what they can do. And I'm looking at this dude Mopar out here fucking trying to do something. You know, like, hey, maybe I can't do what I was doing before, but I'm gonna sit here, I'm gonna make these videos, I'm gonna build a community, I'm gonna try to do something different, like from that standpoint of like, you deserve that shit, bro. I mean, I hope and pray that whatever happened to this guy is like, he just made the decision, like, I'm done with technology, and he just signed off. Like, he just walked away from his computer. I would like to believe that nothing ill-fated happened. Like, and I don't know, whatever it was, like, I stopped streaming after for like a long ass time. You know, like, it's weird. But you can have a Discord or like a thread that you started with that person where like it was a friendship, and you go back and you just see the last thing was like unanswered responses, you know? And you just, it's like, did I hurt his feelings? Did I say something to offend somebody? Or did they literally meet their demise? You know? Can't call it. And honestly, right now, I don't know why the fuck I thought it was a good time to start teaching people how to play a card game. Like, I literally don't even know what moves I just made. Fuck. I mean, this guy's probably looking at the game like, what is he doing? But anyway, it's important, man. I feel like these creator types, like content creators, are miserable people in ways, because it's like, you don't get to play the game that you like to play because you're so worried about making content about it, that when you finally sit down to play the game you want to play, you like burnt out from it. And that's the life of content creators. You know, like, that's a shitty existence for the gaming world if you making your living like that, just ruining games for yourself and just trying to, like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's what you're doing, Mopar, like nothing like that. But I saw you as like a straight grinder. Like, I like SnowRunner, so I'm gonna make SnowRunner videos, 100 of them, whatever, fucking do. Like, I like the game, and that's like, I want to be surrounded by, and I want to see people like that. You know, like, you just do whatever you can find to do to reinvent yourself. It was kind of what you guys are teaching me, trying to like come out of my shell a little bit. I'm not going to do the same military job that I might always do, whatever. But there's other shit. I'm enjoying hanging out with random people on the internet right now. You know, like, there's ways to come outside the box and think of some things differently. And I see Mopar, I see you doing that. Like, you're living that day to day. You know, like, you don't always have the answers figured out on how the ends meet. You know, and I'm more likened to that situation. Like, I feel that kind of pressure. You know, and I don't think it would be wise to stir up that, like, heated part of the discussion again from before, but it goes full circle, man. Like, we got to figure out a way to take care of people here, right here in America. We got to figure out a way to do that. You know, people on disability or people who can't work the same because some career path or you know what I'm saying? Like, circumstances happen. Insurance doesn't always cover XYZ. Things like that are happening to Americans, like, right now, and we can figure out ways to spend money everywhere. You know? Yeah, it's just crazy right now. Move up to 4 cards to your cooldown. Oh, I gotta get rid of this one then, because that's not gonna help. Wow. Two cards to the top. Nope. I don't know what's going on right now, honestly. I should have probably paid attention like 4 rounds ago when I started picking these cards I got. Yeah. Yeah, but needless to say, man, I hope he's good, man. It's weird to think, it's like, well, if you're out there watching right now, you know, I hope you're good. But if you're not watching, that means something bad happened. Or, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know how to feel about this. And it's really got me, like, weirded out again. But at least you know, at least you guys know why I am like the way I am. Yeah. Yeah, the thought that counts, like, just the follow-up, you know? I may not get back to you on the first message, but if you ain't heard from me in like 2 months, like, some shit went down. That's what I'm saying. You know, like, I might miss something on Discord or something might slip past my attention. But if you don't hear from me for 2 months, like, figure out where I live and track down the address of, like, everybody. Something happened to me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm baffled. But I care about you guys already, like I've known you for longer, because well, from what I can tell, like, you're great American citizens that life circumstances fell upon you, you know? Similar to everybody. It's like, I got no problem with that, you know? I want to see ways that we can open up these kind of channels for people who would feel like they have no options, you know? Like, where there's those, like, missing support links. And, you know, Patrick was a good example. You know, he's in an isolating scenario, and we're over here trusting and praying and believing on God for some miracles for that man right now. that kind of isolation and kind of like desperation. And I would I would be like lost to think that if I could be added benefit to anyone's life, that I wouldn't want to be there. Like I want to be able to encourage somebody, because honestly, the conversation I had with him the other day helped me. Like that's how it works. It's like trying to help him through his difficulty or counsel or talk him through some shit was helping me in so many ways, like the next day. And I wish more people would be able to pick that up. Like we can agree to disagree on just about everything, but if we could be there for each other and help out, or just you have someone who knows to ask if you went missing. Like somebody would miss you is what I mean. It's like people would know that you're not there anymore because they've been used to seeing you. Maybe he got his fucking game published and he's sitting on so much money right now that he doesn't know what to do. Like the floor is made of money, I can't hear you. You know what I mean? Like I hope the best. I literally do. But if your family couldn't reach you and I couldn't reach you and you couldn't be reached yourself, it's like something happened, like I'd like to build up, at least as far as the stream goes, I'd like to build up people that could support each other like that. That could be around each other's life. It's like when I imagined having a Discord, it was like maybe people like what I like. Maybe they, want to hang out. I didn't really know, but I've had people join up to it and hang out and be like starting conversations with other people. And it's like that networking, that's important for gamers and the community. I don't even know what I'm doing with this card game right now. Oh, sacrifice this card. I mean, somehow I'm only 2 points down, and I could not tell you how the game started. Yeah. Yeah, being alone, you know, like there is positives for you in that. There is positives for you. And I think that's the whole purpose of the conversation we had beginning, was like when we were talking about career ending stuff happening. If you don't have a way to reinvent yourself after that, that's a sad, miserable life for a person. It's to have this identity that was taken from you and you have no way to adapt and create a new identity. Like you lost something intrinsic that was valuable to you, and you don't have a way to like re-emerge from that. That is a sad and tragic thing. It really is. And I'm gonna quit this after this too. This is the last match I'm playing, clearly, because I can't do this. But yeah, what I'm trying to say is like finding those positives, so like I was connecting with gaming as this hobby now. This wasn't really something I had time to do. I was busy. I was working out. I was doing my whatever the government asked me to do in whatever country they asked me to do it in. I was doing that. I didn't have time to stop and play video games and hang out and whatever. But because of the injuries and afterwards, I've found that I've enjoyed the hell out of this shit. In more ways than you would imagine. More ways than just saying I sat on the couch, I was entertained. You know what I mean? Like there was more to it. There was like friendships I've made. There was people that like changed something about my life or gave me something to think about, or like they, what I'm saying? It's like we solved a puzzle. We worked towards something in a game, and I felt like it was like we worked towards a project in real life. Like I would be like, I would work with that guy. I would go to the same job wherever he's at. It's like we would be good co-workers. You know what I mean? It's like you can get that feeling from video games with people, and if you're running like complicated material, like I was racing with a lot of people on Forza before. Like, we were doing all these, like, times. We were just competitively pushing each other on times. And, like, crazy. Just the way that you, like, will try harder because it's like you're being pushed by somebody. And, like the feeling that you could get like that through a video game. I was like, this is a new thing for my life that like was a positive thing, but I wouldn't have made this connection the same way if I wasn't actually slowed down the way it slowed me down. Does that make sense? I'm pretty sure I might have just lost. Oh wait, we still hanging on by a thread. I don't know what I'm doing right now. But yeah, man, like I think that building that network of stuff, like Mopar, he was over there streaming something the other day, and I was so comfortable with it. I was just like, put on the video from YouTube. You were doing something with I think it was that Destruction Derby, and I remember it being on, and it was like just like a friend's having a conversation almost. This is like on in the background where it was like calming, you know. It was like a familiar voice to me, you know, and like that was weird. It's like I never met this person in person. I've never physically introduced myself, but like the sound of your voice, where I don't know how to say it without this sounding weird, but it was like the sound of your voice being ambient noise in the house was like, it was calming, the way you would feel about a friend, you know, talking about something. And that's such a weird concept because I never had like really those grounded relationships with people where I lived in one spot long enough to like actually have neighbors, you know. Like when you're on the move for your whole career, you don't have neighbors, and the friends you do make are in other places anyway. So just same way like I would pick up on the phone and talk to them, and it would be like a calming thing, is how I felt about people I met playing video games. Like, what the hell's happening here? And I think that's so positive though, man. Like, I know so many veterans that needs something like this. I wish there was like more focus on how to like shift veterans over to like healthy communities of people where they can be actually missed if something happens, is what I mean. You know, like, hey, we didn't hear from Danny in like a month. Anybody heard from Danny? I don't know. I'm gonna go call him on a Discord because I care about this motherfucker. You know, like, that's what we need for veterans to have. We need that, as opposed to what, you sat on the couch and drained a case of beer and fell asleep. And like, you do that for enough years and people won't miss you. They won't know you're gone because you weren't in their life, or, you know, you fell out of touch. They don't know to pick up the phone when you haven't been to work, or they don't know to pick up the phone if your daughter hasn't seen you or whatever, you know. Like, they're not in your life anymore. They're not part of anything. And that's where, you know, meeting you fine folks made me realize that, like, more veterans need that. You know, you don't need somebody checking up on you where it's like every 5 minutes, where it's like, hey, did you brush your teeth? Hey, make sure when you put the toothpaste in the sink, you don't get it on the mirror. You'd be like, what the fuck? You'd be like turning around and shit in your house, like, who the hell? You know, nobody's looking for that. What you just need though is like I said, I ain't seen Mopar in like 2 months. Where's he at? And he put out a new video recently. Let me see. No, he ain't put out no video. Hey, anybody heard from him? Oh, he's on vacation. Oh, cool. Yeah, he's on vacation. You know, like, have an association somewhere in your life where somebody knows that you're missing is all I ask. And a game, somehow, like, gaming is like the perfect way for that to happen. I knew some guys that used to play like Halo in college and stuff, and they've been in the military or whatever else. They ain't played a video game in like 15 years. But like, what if you get out of the military and it's like, hey, gaming is like a hobby service kind of thing. Like you get into it, you pick up a game you like, you can actually meet other folks. You meet some people, it's not even veterans or whatever else, but you have a network of people who can put that MIA out. Like, yo, you know. So I'm gonna probably regret this decision.
Well,
but I want to do a dungeon. And I want to still talk about this. Let's see if I can even make that happen. Oh my gosh, I couldn't even get in the menus to make it happen right now. Oh, I need to get me some water, bro. Get some water, slow them down. I call them these canned cocktails. You know, these little sparkling limes. When you pour that tequila in there, it's like you went to the bar and got somebody to make you that top shelf, bro. Like, that shit is fire right there, out of a can. Call them Cantails. Market that shit. There we go. Owned and operated Cantails. So we're in the queue right now. We're not in control of our own destiny, as they would say. Let me see, can I get a little volume on there? I'm constantly in a state of volume management around here. It drives me crazy. You're trying to measure your Discord up with your stream and your computer, and somehow your desktop is playing sound in the background. So who knows? Y'all could be hearing some YouTube video I left up like 2 days ago, right now. You know, I wouldn't know till afterward. So, but that's the thing, you know. People would tell me, "Hey, man, you got a YouTube video in your phone again." What do you say? Sorry, not talking much. Yeah. Gotta get up to get my phone. Yeah, man, don't get up out of bed or some shit to go talk to me. You know, I'm gonna be here whether you talking or not. I'd much rather you could go to sleep for all I care. If this is fine for you, fine for me. I'm just saying. But the last thing I want you to do is get up off your, you know, out of the bed, or be uncomfortable from your condition. You know, you over there with a condition talking about, I gotta get up to respond. It's like, no, man, I believe it. I trust you. Whatever it is you're trying to say, it's like, don't hurt yourself, man. Just relax. One way or another, I'm gonna get through this dungeon though, and I'm gonna prove that I can still be useful and talk. That's been the thing that's escaped all along, sort of like how I was throwing these politicians under the bus. You know, if I could talk and do something at the same time, ooh, watch out. Watch out. You know what I'm saying? They'd have to hire me. I go to work in Washington. You know what I'm saying? If you can talk and do something, holy shit. Yep. So honestly though, there ain't nothing I can do to hurry up the process. If I'm in the queue, all I can do is kind of run around. Oh, he said his phone. Oh, Patrick, man. Oh my gosh. Wi-Fi isn't working right. I have to get the phone right. Oh my gosh, dude. If I could do anything in the world to change your situation right now, like, I would do anything I could to help you. And I just met you, you know, a few weeks. It's like, that's the connection I feel to the people that I meet in the gaming stuff. It's like, this guy out there, I would do anything I could to help him out. Honestly would. You know, at least get to where you got some internet though, you know? It's like, for the love of Christ. Sorry. I don't want to be using the Lord's name in vain, but can we get some infrastructure here in America? Can we get some decent Wi-Fi in every city first before we go spend $40 billion somewhere else? Connect our citizens to the grid, please, with reliable, solid communications. I was playing with the guy on Elder Scrolls. He was a guild leader, and he is on satellite internet because he lives out in the country. And the only internet providers he got out there via satellite, that's all they got. They don't got no switch. Oh, you don't like this bill, we're gonna switch. The satellite they got is literally the only internet they got. And he's like, when the cloud passes, that's when I'm going disconnecting on you. Is when the cloud passes by, we lose the damn internet. And I'm like bewildered, because to me, I'm thinking like, these politicians out here, they're still spending money on other countries everywhere else right now. And we got motherfucker out here with the cloud is telling him whether or not he can be on the internet. Like, god dang, it's like we need to help. Oh, see, I can't do this shit right now either. It's like we need to help connect our people to the grid, bro. I mean, it's not even, sometimes people aren't even asking for, wow, this is a seriously bad situation. I don't even know what the hell is going on, but it's kind of funny. People aren't asking for, like, let me get, like, free stuff. Sometimes people are just saying, let me get the stuff I will pay for. Let me get it, I'll pay for it. But I actually need it to, like, work, though. You know? Like, let me get that. I'll give you the money. It's just the shit we have doesn't exist. You know, like that's we gotta get past that part. Oh yeah, now that you see, so you gave me the lead about your brother around the same time that I've met this guild up. And I've been running with this guild ever since. So I kind of like forgot the needs that I had as far as like, he said rush with me. Alright, you lead the way, bro. Cause I'm on the phone right now. So you lead the way. But basically, you put that lead out. I needed help. How to get in this game. Like, I liked the game. I just didn't understand how it worked. And right around that time, I found this great guild. They were, guy and his girlfriend running it. And they were like willing to help. Everything was cool. So they taught me a lot about things about it, and I just forgot. But interestingly enough, the guild that I was mentioning, they just shut it down. So what's crazy about that is I literally applied to a guild today, and it was like a job application where you had to fill out like a form of like, hey, this is who I am, can I please, you know, have permission to like be part of your group? I don't really know, because that's new to me. But yeah, I mean, it just today, I can pull up the application right now. It's probably still pending. But if your brother has a guild in console version of ESO, and he doesn't mind trying to teach new people, me and my wife both play this shit now. Neither one of us know what's going on. Having a blast though. And what's great about it is, her and I, you know, we've been bonding over just how much fun we've been having playing games together. Like, that shit is great. And we like, why didn't we do this before? It's like, oh, I knew why. I was busy. You know? I was busy. So, I'm not as busy right now. You know? I'm trying to set this up. Trying to get this whole thing streaming, community building, whatever. But, yeah, so let me scroll back. I see now. Did you ever get a hold of my brother? No, I did not. To answer that question, be patient with me. Put those leads back in there for me. Help me out, cause you know we're homeless right now in ESO. We're in a video game right now, homeless, cause we don't have no guild right now. Yeah. I mean, I don't put his information on blast or nothing like that, you know. Like, I'm not trying to, like, publicly ask it so they feel obligated to be like, dude, who's this guy on the stream you, like, linked us up with? It's like, I don't need to be part of your club or nothing, like, but you can help me, point me in the right direction or whatever. Like, that's all I'm asking. But if he's free on the Discord, I trust you. You get that information to me one more again, and I'll get on it. Because before, too, it's like, I wasn't really enjoying this game. I wasn't enjoying it. Like, I was having fun, but I was like, okay, this is just something to do while I wait for something else. And then a magic thing happened. You know, like going on these dungeons and being challenged with the group to try to make it. And like trying to figure out what could I do to make my build get better. And like, I want to be able to like not be dead every 3 seconds. It made me actually start wanting to care about it and actually enjoy the game. And come to find out, there's so much more to this game than I thought, that I'm actually glad I didn't know about it till now. Because it's all fresh, it's brand new. So like, you can go on these like mystery museum, like you go hunting for artifacts if you want. Like I was playing cards, which I shouldn't have been doing right now anyway, but I had a blast with the cards. I played hundreds of matches of these card games in a game. I mean, that's just blows my mind. It's like, hey, I'm gonna hop on the Xbox tonight. What you gonna play? I'm gonna play this game inside of a game. You had told me that shit like 2 years ago. I would have been like, what are you talking about? That's hilarious though. It's like, I gotta log in so I can log in and play my game. Yeah. But it's funny, like my wife, one night we was playing something on the, I don't know if we were playing on a Switch, because we got a Switch too, but I don't really, I hate that thing, honestly. It's like the industry just left it behind, and they still, like, sometimes they'll be like, oh, wait a minute, we have another platform, your game will come out 6 months from now, and it won't look as good. You know, like, what the fuck is that? Anyway, she fell asleep to me playing this card game. She was laughing, you know, she's like, oh, you playing that card game again? And truth be told, when she woke up in the morning, I was still playing that card game. That's how good this shit was. Inside of another video, like, it blows my mind. Like, if Elder Scrolls decided to shut down, I would be sad that the card game is gone. And that's one of the things I discovered about this game, is like, there's a lot of other things like that. Like the whole flex, there's a hidden flex going on right now in the ESO, where it's like, hey, look at my house that I got, look at my furniture that I got, look at these clothes I got. You want to get like me, you got to beat a boss like me, you know, like that's a flex, man. And I don't know why in a video game it could be any different, but it'd be the same as somebody pull up on you with that fresh Audi with the, you know what I'm saying, that new stuff that hasn't even hit the dealer lot yet. You're like, yo, that's clean. People are doing that in this game. I saw a horse pull up. I shit you not. The shit was on fire. Like, the horse was on fire. And it was like this dude just shows up on this flame horse. And it was like right after I had done some shit I was proud of. Like, oh, I beat that one boss that was kind of hard to beat. And this dude shows up on a flaming horse. Like, you ain't seen nothing yet, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't been in them streets. Like, I've been in them streets to get this damn flaming horse. That's a whole nother level right there. So what do you gotta do to get the flaming horse? Like, that's how the game works. It's like, oh shit, you got them boots, dog? Like them fresh kicks right there? Like, with the stats on them? Yeah, man, I just beat this boss ass the other day. How do I find that boss? And you go to look for the boss so you can get them shoes. But on your way to the boss, you found like 18 other things to do. And so 3 days later, you still didn't make it to the shit you set out to do that night. You know, days later, you're still on a quest to do something for somebody. And that's amazing for me right now. Like all these games that were disappointing, like we hit it on Battlefield and all those like games, like I can't beat that dead horse anymore. But like there was something missing. It was like this game has been actually loved on by the developers. That's what was missing. Like people gave this time to grow and they built on something for like 10 years. And so after 10 years, you have what is like return on investment for the players of like there's a evolution of gameplay that's like progressed versus hey, we dropped this 6 months ahead of schedule and it sucks ass and you're gonna beta test it for an extra $90. You can beta test it, and when you're done beta testing it, we're not gonna fix it at all. You know, there you go, and that's your game. So, what's this guy looking for? Dune Ripper? Some sort of, let me see, at the very least, can I help? Where'd I go? Damn it.
Stop. I may be fragile.
The inventory management is pretty bad, I'll give it that, but it's playable, you know? The game, I'm enjoying it, and I didn't expect to enjoy it this long. Long story short.
Now let's see if I can dislodge
It's a great game. So he was looking for some sort of certain thing. I don't think so. I didn't see it. It could just be because I'm on like, you know, I need some water, you know? That's what I'm on. So if I did see it, sorry about it, fella, but I'm gonna have to leave y'all here at this thing and disband this group for... See, look, Guild Finder. I have no guild on me. Literally today. So... Oh shit, are we not done? Hey, wait, there's people over here. You want to join a guild or no? Oh shit. Wait a minute, is somebody playing a joke on me or something? Like, is that your brother right there? Please tell me that would be your brother right there. Oh my gosh, I don't know why I thought somebody was playing like this long-winded joke on me where like, hey, did you ever reach out to my brother? And he's like in the game right now saying like, hey, you need a guild? That shit would be hilarious. Damn. Well, seeing as I can't really tell if this joke is being played on me right now and my brain power has not devoted the proper attention to it, I'm gonna politely excuse myself from this group if I can get away from... Why is there saying there's danger right here? I don't know. I don't get it. Social... I don't even know how to quit the group. Activities? Social? Group. There we go. Leave. Okay, great. See, like, that's a lot of steps, but it's like, I'm willing to forgive inventory and steps and, like, confusing menus. I'm willing to forgive it when I see the amount of, like, investment. Like, these details, man. This is a multiplayer online, massive online game with thousands of people playing this shit. But they still taking the time to, like, detail things like these bugs and walls and like caverns, and you're making these universes of experiences for people where it has a little bit of shine on it, you know? It's like it makes me want to go explore and figure out what's out there, and that's missing from some of the games I've been playing. It's you know, it's just blatantly obvious. You know, I got burned on pre-orders here a couple of times, if you can't tell. And those specifics didn't turn out. I mean, games like SnowRunner, instant classic for me. Farm Simulator, you know, we doing that. But the reason why I found this game to be so fascinating is because I don't know so much about what's happening. And the voice acting, the dialogue, like sometimes I'm laid back in the bed or whatever with my headset on, and the amount of like effort that went into the voice acting is actually grabs me into the story of the game, like where I want to know more about what's going on. Like, you know how games right now, I feel like they're just very like cookie cutter and there's no personality in it. So when you go into a storefront on this game and you hear like people asking you things, or like you hear other conversations happening in the background that sounds like real people are talking, like that shit is weird and oddly it's comforting. So yeah, I find a great deal of I find a great deal of like peace comes from feeling like something's happening around you, and it doesn't have to be what it is. It's like a digital environment, but like feeling like there's like society and like peace and like things are going on, or feeling like there's this like reassuring vibe of like there's a little city here and it kind of works. I don't know why I feel like that's so great when I'm like ready to go to bed. I find like playing games like that really eases the tensions of my mind versus like the chaos of like first person shooters and like shit blowing up in my ear like 24/7. There's something about being able to walk through a city and like figure out what's going on. How can I help somebody? You know, I might do a quest for somebody, and then on the way for that quest I find somebody else, and before I know it I maybe didn't even remember what I was doing. But that's the point of the games, is to take you out of life, like take you out of your own head, you know what I'm saying? Yep, that Rasputin. That Rasputin is going to be on my calendar, bro. I looked up the updates from them on Twitter about that for the Halloween event. That's on my calendar. So, I already let the wife know too. When I saw the trailer, how they put it together, I was like, this is going to happen. So, she gotten so far into this game too, where she's like, hey, you going to help me with that dungeon or what? She gonna ask me to sign off what I'm doing on the game and come on this game and help her. That's how I know like the shit got her. She don't like to ask for help. So if she was like, I can't figure out this puzzle, or come help me with this, it means that she actually cares about it a little bit. So yeah, so next week is the Halloween vs. Rasputin. I am down, bro. And if anybody who was watching that doesn't know what we're talking about, the Warships, which is what I stream like mostly, is having a Halloween event, and I'm new to it this year, where you're working with the squad to take down this badass ship. So probably will be a sober night for me, because you've seen how my communication skills fell off a brick wall with that last team. I gotta have like a little more of a sober night for it. But I promise you, man, we gonna do that. Farm Sim got burnt out. Yeah. Some maps on PC. Yeah, there's always something to do. Yeah. Build the factories. That's what's great about that too, is people can be passionate about a game and they can find ways from the community to involve. Like all these modders out there, like my hats go off to them. Some of them putting in hundreds of hours of work on things, and they're not getting paid for this. Like some of them, you know, this is just sheer passion for the community coming out, where they're going to invest hundreds of hours of their own time to like modify things for the community. And if I was a game developer, that would be the badge of honor you wear, is like, I made a game, I'm part of building a game environment that people enjoyed so much that they will spend thousands of hours to like help enhance the community of that game. I mean, Farm Sim is a great example. SnowRunner is a great example. As much as we can be critics of it after we've been driving in the game for like a year, 2 years, you know, you can hate on it for what it is here and there, but for them to have put that universe out there and to see the modders and the people making like custom tractors and everything, like people care about that game. You know? And did I think I would be sitting here fighting robot spiders? Hell no. But that's what I just did. That's what the fuck I just did. Fighting some robots. It was wild. We say, yeah, building the factories and houses for them. That's amazing, man. So I wonder how, like, cause I've seen modders for the SnowRunners making like custom maps where, you know, they make up a whole new system for like the in-game flow of everything. It's like, how do they take what's initially there and keep it within the bounds that it won't break the existing stuff, but then be able to add so much? It's got to be incredibly complex. You can only imagine. I see not if we complete the event. Wait, you get, oh yeah, tier 5. Yeah, there's some giveaways. There's some giveaways for that Warships. And for Warships too, it's like, as much as people do complain about, you know, how much money you have to spend to stay up on things, it's like they do give some back, you know. Like I haven't spent any money on premium time since, like, I don't know how long ago. I ran out once. I bought some premium time for like a weekend thing, you know. And I got 90 days on my account right now. Like 90 days. I did not buy that 90 days. Like, that's all come from the drops, the cards, the whatever. When you do their on Warships, when you do their campaigns, where it's like the 3-week long campaigns, it's like $10 to get in that door. But then the amount of shit they give you is, by their standards, it's worth at least $90 or more, you know. So they do give something back. And here I am now, like, with premium time the last 3 months, and every week it's like, you finish this challenge, you get a few days, or, you know, you get a crate that you open and there's a week right there. So they gotta keep the lights on, they gotta fund development, they gotta pay salaries. So for a free game to do it in a way that makes sense, good on them, because I enjoy the game, and nothing anybody buys is giving them that much of an advantage where I can't do the same things with what's for free. So if that's the case, I'm all for it. Yeah, the modders, man, that's like in the trenches, bro. You putting in those hours, the amount of debugging and stuff. Like, I tried to write code for college, and I figured out real quickly that my computer doesn't have the patience for it, because I start beating the hell out of that computer when I can't get the, you know, the two ends of the code to meet the right way. But it was just so complicated, man. Like it starts simple, like hello world and all that, and then when you start acting like doing like the data entry and retrieve and all the stuff that's required to like set up these tables and create memory banks of things, it's like quickly catapults from that into a nightmare if you're running scripts for a game that already has existing code and you're trying to merge in with it. Like, that's a nightmare. And those are pioneers that will do it. They'll put in the sweat equity and make it happen because they're passionate about the game. You know, pat yourself on the back. You know, these guys like From Software and all that, where, you know, you guys can make a great game where you didn't really need a lot of outside, but some of these other developers, man, they needed a little help. Like Farm Sim is kind of one of those. And who is it that makes the farm sim and snow runner? Oh shit. Its name's on the tip of my tongue. Man, I was just looking at the studio too. This shit's gonna bother me. They actually make a lot of games that you wouldn't suspect was from the same studio or from the same like whole window. I don't know how between developer, publisher, and maker of the game, you know, sometimes, but it, what is it? It's Saber Interactive. Focus Home. Focus Home. So, Focus Home, oddly enough, Focus Home, it's like they're involved with the SnowRunner and like farm sim stuff somehow, but they also somehow make a Sherlock Holmes game that my wife was playing. You know, like what the hell? Like they got a lot of things going on. Giants is the one who does farm sim. Okay, so that is different, but SnowRunner at least. What was weird is I noticed there was something about the controls for the cranes, because I came from playing you know, I played a little bit of farm sim back in like 2014. I think was the first one I got. 2014, or they do some weird years where it's off one way or the other. So 14 or 15, I don't remember, because they skip like every what 2 years. So it'll be like 15, 17, whatever they do. Anyway, it was an old ass game, and the crane controls when I switched over to SnowRunner, like I was playing that, I was like, damn, this shit kind of feels the same. There was some connections there. Let me stop these robot spider one time for a second, because I need to figure this out. Is it Giants that makes the farm sim? Giants makes farm sim, but they also, there was some crossover somewhere, because I don't know, maybe I'm just getting my whole wheels turned the wrong way, but yeah, I don't know. Meanwhile, I'm just getting razored up by this spider. So maybe I was going on a tangent about nothing. It doesn't matter now. The point is, modders out there are working on shit because they love what's out there, you know? Not everybody can be Elden Ring from day one. It's still the standard, by definition, is like Elden Ring is like the example of what it looks like to be a third, like a AAA studio and make some shit that's entertaining and like sophisticated and it works. Like I had issues with the multiplayer here and there, but like as far as single player experience goes, I didn't have like bugs, you know. My experience wasn't ruined by bad QA, you know. Like the occasional bug that got through was fixed immediately. Like that's how they took it. It was like, we're gonna fix that shit. It wasn't like, hey, beta test our game that you paid $90 for. I'm tired of that business model right now. Like, if I'm not at your corporate lunch meeting where you guys are buying Chick-fil-A for everybody, don't ask me to beta test some shit I just bought and leave it in beta for like after I bought it. Like after the release of the game, it basically is perpetually in beta because the shit sucks and you never worked on it, never did anything, you know? And didn't even get my free lunch, you know, for the company. It's like, I'm not paying to beta test nobody's game no more. Pre-ordering, as much as I go, oh, but this game right here is about to be different, I've been disappointed. I've been disappointed sometimes here recently where it ain't about to do no damn pre-order. Nope. I mean, that's kind of why I like the games that are working to like give the community time to like give the whole thing like let it grow for a little bit, because these games have so much to offer if you continue to support it the right way. Like SnowRunner could have been a one and done release. The original couple of maps, maybe they did like one DLC pack, and there you go, out the door, game over, you know. But they did stick it in for a development cycle with the whole like season pass, which made sense for them, where they weren't just selling you like a new skin for a Hummer and be like, there you go, it's your season pass. It was like, here's a map with 100 square miles of shit to do. 100 square miles. You can drive as far as the eye can see, and then some. And there you go. You know, like that's a full-on addition to keep the game like alive, you know. And I think this is why I was drawn to this Elder Scroll, or yeah, if I say Elden Ring and Elder Scrolls interchangeably, it's because look at this environment right here. They literally look like they could be in one game or the other. But still, Bethesda, I would say, had the corner on the market, seeing as, you know, they've been making the Elder Scrolls series since like computers just had green screens and that was it. You know, like this shit's been going on a minute. I was watching this documentary about the guy that came up with Elder Scrolls, like some of the lore and like the background, and like he was the guy that wrote some of the like what you read in the game probably is based on shit that he was doing. And it was like games hadn't been pushed very far, you know, like they wanted to like take something that was an idea and like develop on it, and then they realized like, wait, we can kind of create something completely new if we broaden out whatever we think the genre is. We just broaden it out some and let the player really explore and decide what's going on in there, and we just give them the like the context and the freedom to like be in the experience and do what they want to do. So the whole idea of like being in a game but you're like not there to kill everything, maybe you want to be in the game to help the people who want to kill shit. Maybe you want to be in the game to like cook the food or whatever. Like you want to go out and pick the bushes for berries and shit, and somebody else can cook it. Like whatever you enjoy doing in the game is fine if it creates this like balance of like an economy almost. Like, you know, people are like working almost like a society would work. Like, hey, I do this, I do that, you do this, do that, good service, blah blah blah. And that's happening inside of a game. That's amazing. It really is. Yeah. So to hats off to the modders. Hats off to those people who would like continue to enhance processes, because I think modders should they should do a lot of things. They should scare industry, they should challenge industry, but they should also excite the industry, you know? And I think modders, it's like you as an industry, gaming wise, they should be scared of the modder because it exposes the flaws with your game. It exposes the flaws. It's like, what would the community fix if they had the ability to change it or whatever else? Like, you got to be open to criticism when you open up to like modding. It's like, here we're letting the players overwhelmingly decide if they could choose something or other to change or do. This is what they might do. So that's intimidating for developers, but it should also challenge the developer to be like, hey, this modder here came out with a pretty great way to do this concept where we can save memory or resources. And, you know, first of all, does he have a job? Can we give him one? You know, like that's the way they should be thinking. But yeah, it's like letting them be challenged, and then you also get this thing where it's like, you should be excited that people give a fuck about your game enough to spend those thousands of hours to do that. Like Skyrim, I still get YouTube videos to this day telling me that Skyrim is still being updated somehow, like anniversary edition, update number, whatever, and here we are like 15 years from when the game came out, and the modding community in that game is just as alive and ever. It's like like these articles I was reading more about this game, and stuff comes up for Oblivion, and stuff comes up for all these old titles where it's like there's still people doing this. And as a developer, you know, if you're challenged by modding, you're scared by it, be excited by it, because it's a sign that people give a shit about it. You know, like people modding a game, nobody's modding a game that they don't play. You know, like I should probably rephrase it, but nobody's spending thousands of hours to redesign and do something that would get like absolutely no enjoyment, even if it was just for themselves. So there's a reason why people want to do it, because you made something that's worth doing. I don't know, like there's so much sentiments. I think sometimes people like put like an unfair view of modding and all because they have their own reasons. I don't understand why, but if it wasn't for modding like how it's been, I don't think the industry would have a reason to be on their toes as much. You know, it's like, I don't know. It's like this. I think the way that I think the way Steam does it was more revolutionary in the sense of I don't do much on Steam, but sort of how Steam was like, we're gonna do a marketplace for modding where it's like we can vet the modding, make sure that we're not like putting viruses and like ripping people's credit cards off because you download some mod from some like weird third-party site. You know, like they are like you get it submitted in there, whatever they do for the files to make sure everything's cool, and they distribute that, and that's like more of a safe way for people to tap into mods who like, I don't know your damn UK website with a PayPal that I gotta log into and I might get a mod or I might get a virus. Like, I'm not doing that shit. But I'll go on Steam in the marketplace and go to these mods and do that because, I mean, it's on Steam, so it's gotta be good. You know? They already got my credit card, so cool. And I think that's opened so many people up to modding. It's just my opinion, but console was like slow to catch on, but games like Bethesda, you know, Bethesda was like one of the first ones to allow console mod type stuff to like happen in an authorized channel. It maybe didn't get supported or didn't have people, you know, being able to like work it out sometimes, but it was the fact that they were willing to at least make the marketplace for it in-game for a console player, like right there. And yeah, I mean, if the only mods out there for SnowRunner was for PC, then it's like we wouldn't even be having this conversation. It's like people went and adapted for console as well, and that's like an extra layer. If they were already doing it for PC, now they got to go and like do console version as well. Like that's even more love heaped on, because from an Xbox side, I mean, I'm not giving up thousands of hours of progress to go to Steam. You know, you fuck all that shit. I've been driving through mountains, places that I wouldn't ask nobody else to go. You know, for 100 hours, 200 hours, I don't know how many hours, a shit ton. And if I had to start all that over to go on Steam just to play with some mods, they're like, nah, bro, I ain't about to do that. But now, because I can do it on console, it's like, oh shit, I can do it on console. Like, I don't have to do anything weird with my computer. That's a luxury provided by people who put in that time, bro. Thousands of hours. You know, I was looking at one of these SnowRunner modder. I don't know his name and I want to misquote it, but when he was going into the systems for how he was like modeling the dashboards and like how he was trying to get everything like that just blew my mind. I was like, okay, it's not just like slap some skins on there. Like this shit has to work. Like it has to look a certain way, you know. It has to be perceived a certain way, I should say. It's like that's a difficult thing to translate over from PC to console, you know, to like multiple layers of code that can just fuck up. Like that's hours and hours and hours. But you know, if I'm Saber and Focus Home and all these other like publisher tied to this group where my name is on it, I'm gonna feel some pride that people cared enough to like be part of my game like that, you know. No runner when this. Oh, ads. Yeah, so you guys probably didn't hear half the shit I was saying. The ads running. Oh well. SnowRunner when this made it 6 months without my yeah, it's tough, man, without the mods. Blender sucks. You'd have to put a mod into Blender to get it to SnowRunner. Oh shit. Yeah. I mean, oh, this is so much work. Like my son is pretty up on this stuff. Like he loves gaming now, like just like any kid, and it's kind of a fun way we connect on. Like I can meet him where he's at. I can get in his world, figure out what's going on. You know, my dad, like, he might pick up a controller, bless his heart, in his life. But if it wasn't straightforward, like, I think Galaga or some, like, space game, like, that was his jam. Like, aside from that, he ain't going in no fantasy universe like this and playing around with this shit. But I love my son, man. I love him to death. And if it's like, hey, Dad, I'm into this game, you know, and I can join him in that game and play a game with him, I'm doing that. But it's like he wants to do this in some capacity. He wants to either make something, develop something. He's really bright. He tapped into Blender, started doing like modeling with stuff. Like he started real basic, like making like look like Minecraft blocks stuff. Then he went and like remade the pool for the condo, like or place where we live at. Like he went out to the pool and like measured the thing with his brain and like did something to spec where he basically modeled the entire pool outside area, the patio area, and he did it in Blender. And I was like, oh shit, like watching him play with that like system and seeing those layers of how things break down and how complicated it can get when something simple goes wrong made my heart go out to anybody who makes a career out of modding anything, because my son would get frustrated and I would get mad because I you know, I'd be frustrated trying to help him and it's frustrated that I couldn't figure out what to do to help him. And like he'd be like, Dad, I just moved this thing and I just deleted like all these parts of his structure. So in Blender, there's like these maps. To get a texture, you have to like link these nodes across. I don't know why I'm like running my hands like you can see. But like you gotta link these nodes across the screen and like draw this big panel of things. And that's just to make like one texture. And then that texture can get applied onto like a surface, you know. So when he showed me the stuff and like something got deleted or something happened, if it was anything I could help him with, you know, off the top of my head, it's like, boom, I got you, son. You know, oh, I've been working with this, I know what to do. This shit he was doing, I had no clue how to help him. And I've been working with computers. Like I know my way around computers enough to where I can do what I need to do. And this was like, dude, what do you got yourself into? So now we're watching YouTube videos and trying to figure out how to. He made like a ship that was floating on the water, and the rendering took my computer 2-3 hours to do, and I got an i9, like I went and bought the top of the line shit. Best processor I could put into it because I didn't want to waste my damn money on some shit that I need to upgrade in like two weeks. So the i9 with the T80, whatever the fuck. I'm new to the PC side, so when you're talking about these RTX 3080, it's like that doesn't mean nothing to me, you know? I'm like, what console generation is it? Anyway, the shit was cooking 2 hours, like the computer was getting hot. And this is a computer where I could stream on a game that I'm running 300 frames a second on, and it's encoding, it's streaming, I'm 300 frames a second, I'm doing all this shit on one computer, like, and it's only the CPU is at like, I don't know, like 5. You know, like the i9 is pretty lethal when it comes to executing what it needs to do, right? So you can do a lot, needless to say. When that shit's pegged out to 100, that got my attention. Like, what is this program doing to my computer? Not even a year-old computer. Like, if you broke my shit, I'm gonna be pissed. You know, talking to my kid, like, why is this shit at 100%? Like, the rendering that he was doing was taking so much complicated algorithms of, like, water and motion and all this shit. And, like, one 30-second thing took like 2 hours of full max power. Like, it was mind-blowing, you know? So like working in Blender is done like over his shoulder right now. I'm just like, what YouTube videos, what are you looking at, what kind of stuff you working on? He's got projects and he's getting good. He's only like 11. He's doing this shit. I don't know how his brain works, but he's in it. And to him, this is like, he wants to get in this stuff, you know? Like, the industry, I feel like, I think it's at a weird position where you have people that are passionate about it, that are wanting to, like, provide an experience for a gamer, like a customer, where they want to make a product that stands on its own 2 legs and it has a name, you know? They want to be the next Bethesda or the next, you know, studio that's like noteworthy, that people know what it is. Like, but the industry will steer them into like these other game things that are going on right now that are like cancerous, you know? Like this whole season pass thing, like in some ways I get it and it fits the business model, but not every game should be like that, you know? Like, imagine an Indiana Jones video game, right? And we're Indiana Jones right now. We're about to go swing off some vines and go dig some treasure out or whatever else. So imagine if they were to create this as a single player story experience, and then here we are, Indiana Jones, we got scorpions and shit, like, okay, this is a great game. And they're like, now for season pass, you know, bundle pack, you can get Indiana Jones megalodons, and now there's T-Rexes and shit coming around. It's like, that's what season pass did to a perfectly standalone Indiana Jones game, where we could just go out and solve mysteries in Aztec temples and do whatever we wanted to do. Now we got fucking Triceratops and Battle Royale Triceratops and shit. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it's steering our young minds and talent coming into the industry, who may, like my son, he's 11, impressionable. What makes money in the industry? Maybe he would get his like head geared towards that direction of like, oh, I can make money if I do this. And then you're not doing it for like, I want to make something for people. You're doing it for like, I want to make money. And there's a difference. I think modders are the definition of, I want to do this for an experience. And honestly, it's the truth, because they're not getting paid to do the thousands of hours of work that they do. if they ask for like $5, like, hey, can I get $5 for, you know, the mod? People will be like, oh, what the fuck, $5? I want the free shit, whatever, you know. So like, that's a modder's life. It's like, damn, I skipped lunches and worked my ass off so I could pay my bills and stay up all night and do this fucking thing to make a mod for a game. And I was just looking for like $5, you know, for like my literal 3,000 hour investment. And people are like, fuck off, $5, you know? That's a modder right there. They ain't doing this shit for the money. They're doing this because they want to improve the experience. They want something positive to happen with this game. And that's beautiful, you know? It sucks for them, but it's beautiful for the idea that they would care enough to do it anyway. And that's the kind of people the industry should be like, studio head right here. Studio head right here. Because they're the guys that you wouldn't have to tell them where to be, like where to be at work or what's going on. Those are the guys that would be up before you and leave after, you know, you're gone. All for the game. All for the experience. So if you get modders, you get top modders, and you give them the studio power that some of these like hotshot ideas of like, let's battle royale the battle royale and then we'll sell them a season pass for the season pass. There you go, bada bing, you know. That's gonna make money for a while, but it will die eventually. That shit's a scam. It's like playing those games at the carnival where the little like grabber goes to pull the toys out and the little pinions on it are just like made of like plastic bullshit where it grabs the stuffed animal and like just lets it go, and you're like, damn, I'll pay $5 to watch that happen again. You know, that industry will crash and burn. But what will stay is the modern mentality of like, I'm not even making money for this shit. I want this to be good. Hire that guy. You know what I'm saying? Put that guy in charge of some shit and give him a budget, because he's gonna make you a blockbuster billionaire off of just the reality that people like will stand behind quality. You know what I mean? Like bring to. So to give an example would be like you guys playing like the farm sim for, you know, could you imagine like the amount of hours somebody spent to mod like a whole series of like trucks, you know, like you said, it was like how you were saying, it was like they added something about farm sim where they added it's so far back I'm gonna die if I read it. But you were saying like they added new maps and like jobs, and they gave like careers and storylines to the whole thing where it's like you're like, we got to get parts over here to build the factory, and the factory needs workers and do that. It's like, so you added more layers to a successful idea. So like you build that, you know, as a modder, it's like that's so much time and energy that you spent. Where what if we could put some money on your ass? You know what I'm saying? What if we could put some dollar bills on you and just let you go? Give you a team, give you what your resources you need. Like, hey, there's just areas of the game that you're taking it where the modding community and people has responded to what you did. So what if we brought you on board at our studio and you can help us do whatever, or we, you know what I'm saying? Like pull that talent in from that way and bolster up these titles, man. Cause the computing power is there. Like, can you imagine the graphics back in like 2003? You know what I'm saying? Like, could you imagine Farm Sim 2003? And it'd be like, here we are now, you know? It's like, you got the power to do some shit differently. You've got some power behind you, some resources. You just need the talented people to be well compensated, you know, because you can't have these people working for peanuts out here. And I hope that, like, I want to say I need to get out of this area because I just want to change my scenery for a second. There's so much going on with this game, but it is kind of fun to just dot around the map and see what's new somewhere. But I was trying to say is, yeah, I'm gonna lose my train of thought. Trying to say is, a good example is like Trucking Simulator. What is it? I played it for the first time. It was that big trucking game everybody's doing on PC. Truckers of America. Great American Truckers. Damn, it's on the tip of my tongue and I'm fucking it up. You almost wanted to say Ice Road Trucker, and that's just because they were making like a new Alaska version of something that's coming to console, and it's getting ATS. Thank you, American Truck Sim. Thank God somebody help me out. American Truck Simulator, and like, I'm not gonna criticize American Truck Sim based on my impressions as a new guy coming in. I thought it was amazing, you know, but like, somebody who's been playing it for 5 or 10 years already, like, maybe they had some different thoughts, and modders are flexing that out. Like, that's an area where one of the guys, Krim, that was here, you know, he's one of the original founders of the channel. He's one of the my OG subs back in a year almost. He got me into that truck simulator, and he's talking about mods. He's like, when you have someone passionate about it, you know, like a truck model, for example, like, you're a trucker, Patrick, your whole life, you know, trucking, and you know intimately the details inside and out of some like trucks that you've seen, or maybe a truck you'd like to buy if you had, you know, saved up for, or something like that. It's like you're familiar with it, and you see there's like a pack that's like $4.99, and it's like literally the truck that you know like the back of your hand. Are you telling me that you wouldn't pull that wallet out faster than a heartbeat and drop whatever $4 on it, and it's literally letting you like relive an experience in your life because you're just like, wow, someone put this time in, you know? And if I'm a developer of any video game and somebody is making stuff like that like people who purchased my product are drawn to that and saying like, oh wow, look at this is happening inside of your game, so there's no need to like block, ban, you know, whatever. If anything, you should be like fanning the flames on this to an extent of like, you're existing in the universe that we built, and you've made something amazing that is appreciated by other truckers who like know the cabins of this Peterbilt whatever, you know, like they know the all the way down to the seams. This is a truck that feels like home. It's like you gave that to one of our like players. I want to give you a job. I want to make you like have everything you need to keep doing that for us, you know? Like, why aren't industries competing and scooping these guys up? Like, these guys, some of them have like careers that maybe make whatever ends meet they need to make for their family, whatever, and they're doing this with their spare time, you know? Like, they're working their ass off on making a mod for some shit in the time that most people would be like, I'm gonna catch up on some sleep, or, you know, like, I got other things I gotta do so I can enjoy life, you know? It's like they're gonna be up in the attic with the Einstein sparks going out of their head, like, how do I make this game better? Why aren't they recruiting those people into the game? Like, why aren't you bringing them on board full time and letting them harness those, you know, creative insight and abilities in a way that, you know, like, you're supporting them you're paying them. You're giving them, more than they would make off of asking somebody to like, please give me $5. It's like, hey, as a studio or as a company, we're going to give you a salary now, and we'd like to, do anything possible we can foster these ideas and help you have a creative space to be part of this, because you've shown that you want to be here. And instead, it's like, those guys are struggling, and then the game sales are like, community will be complaining about, you guys don't listen, or you guys didn't, we complained about this issue that was broken XY years ago, blah blah blah. It's like, why would you allow problems like that to persist if there's people in the community who can offer a solution smartly that you could like partner with and pay or whatever, compensate how you needed to? Like, that's common sense. Like, how much time that could have saved some of these developers who were like trying to do it all like on their own, and like having to pay overtime and barely able to keep the deadlines and shit. It's like straining the developers. Like Cyberpunk is a perfect example of a company that positioned themselves to succeed because their reputation, their name meant something, and they put a deadline on it that like stressed out their employees, and then delivered a shitty product, that forever tarnishes the name. It's like Cyberpunk is now a meme for all of history, as far as like, how big of a fuck up of a game can you make? And all those people work their asses off. I guarantee that crunch right before launch was probably like no sleep, stressed, people's marriages ended, you know what I'm saying? Like, life happened for them in a way that was abysmal. For what? For what? Give those people the correct compensation for their time. Show them that they're valued as an employee. Allow the creative process to take as long as it's supposed to take, because the damage you do with your reputation will never outdo the sales you got from a week early release, or a month early, or even a year early, because your name is all you have. Like, I don't think these companies understand that. Your name, because you made like Ubisoft or whatever, like your name means something to me because I knew where Assassin's Creed came from, the original like experience came from. Like, but a kid that was born like 10 years ago, he doesn't know shit about the rich history of anything to do with Ubisoft. All he knows is, oh, they made a shitty game once. You know what I mean? Like, they don't know you the way, you have generational, like, you gotta learn your audience generationally. So like, EA is another great example. Like, EA makes a lot of games. They have a lot of people under their umbrella, a lot of studios under their umbrella. But what's crazy is EA will be like willing to do that same thing, where you putting out a shitty product and you just expect the name to carry it. It's like, if anything, the next generation will associate you with the shitty product, and they don't have a memory of it when it used to be good, because that's aging out of your base. So all they know is like, oh, EA can't fucking make a football game. It's like, well, that's a shitty football game. See ya. They don't know that EA did all these other, like BioWare and all this other, like they don't remember that because they weren't alive for it. It doesn't mean anything. So when you tarnish that name one time, and you put that immediate dollar over one time, you already lost more than you will ever lose from delaying it. Hold it back. Finish what you started and come out with it right. Make sure you know what I'm saying, taking the feedback from the community. Get the playtester involved. You know who I'm getting as my playtesters? I'm pulling in modders from the community that have already been doing shit and be like, hey guys, can you be playtesters, full-time staff support? We want to know from the inside out, what do you see as playability issues? You know, anything that's coming up where it's like that, you know, solve that problem for the customer so that they're not scratching their head on launch day being like, who the fuck put this game out? Oh, I'm never buying that from that company again. That's how it works, bro. You put out a bad product. You know, you ever got a shitty pair of shoes? You ever got a pair of shoes that was really uncomfortable? And you caught it on sale, right? You got a pair of shoes, whatever. It's like, somebody could come by and be like, oh, did you try their other pair? I'd be like, no. I never actually went back and bought another pair of those again. Your name means something, you know? Like, Nike could be around 30 years, but if they didn't figure it out for this next generation, they didn't evolve and adapt or whatever, it's like their name as going way back doesn't mean anything for the next generation. It doesn't. There's no continuity there. All that means is like, oh, you made it all the way here to fail? Well, shit. I don't know why. I try to solve problems for like companies or whatever from like military standpoint of like, hey, we're bleeding losses here, like we got some shit that doesn't work for this deployment. Next deployment we're gonna go with our stuff packed and like this formation. We're gonna have, you know, it's like when we're crating up aircraft to be shipped, we ship one and it breaks, we're like, oh, that didn't fucking work. You know, what can we do to package this better so that we don't break the next one? And you start solving the problem. You're like, well, instead of this, how about we get, you know, who can we get as a transport company to insure it and do this, blah, blah, blah. It's like you start broadening out how to fix a problem. You start with what happened, what broke, and then you go and solve for X on every single avenue. Like, that's a military shit. So, you know, it's like we don't let the problem happen again because we've created like 5 different ways why it won't never happen like that again. We've gone outwards. We've solved and we've pushed out. Not like you fixed the problem like with a patch on it just to watch it fail in like 6 months. Like that shit, you can't get by like that. But these developers out here thinking they slick, like, do you think you're just going to do that to the industry and they're not going to pick up on it? The dollar speaks. It does. You see who pre-ordered the next Battlefield. I'll wait. You know what I'm saying? Your name, it does mean something. So if you thought it was like, hey, let's rush this hot garbage, out. You lost me. You know, you lost my business, bro. It's going to be a while before I trust you again on a product. You may have made the best game in the world, and I'm still going to wait for other people to play it and get an opinion of it before I even think about spending money on it. You know, who would want to do that? And to cut to the chase, how we got to this whole discussion in the beginning was the value of the modder. The modder is the wild card. He scares the developer, but he also excites the developer because it's like, this guy actually could expose critical flaws in my work, but he also spent thousands of hours to get here. And it's like this like dynamic that should be respected and fostered, where almost like Marvel superheroes battling each other, but instead of battling, it's like, how can we put our shit together and come up with the best game possible? Because clearly, you know, you get people that's that passionate about it mixed up with the people who made it, and some things could happen. You know, some positive things could happen. It'd be a lot better than what EA put out there last year. You know what I'm saying? Like last November was a difficult time in my life. For one, because I was moving for the 15th fucking time. And for two, because I pre-ordered Battlefield. Didn't even question it. I did not even I was say, oh shit, Battlefield's coming out. That's pre-order for me. Give me both. Let me get the Xbox One and the Series X version, because I know I'm gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna play it in both Xboxes. Like, that's how confident. And that hot ass garbage, man. I tried to play it the other night. I even gave him a chance, like, a year after the shit was so fucked up. I went back and downloaded it again a few nights back. Some of you guys were watching it. And I tried it again. And I was like, dude, you didn't fix anything. Like, this is still broken, crazy ass garbage that it was like a year ago. Like, what the fuck have you guys been doing for a whole year? You know, like, that's how I felt. And it's sad because how much respect I had for that franchise. And it's like, you guys fucked that up.
Well,
But you guys, anybody who's been watching me for longer than a week has heard me repeat that story over and over because, you know, I can't stop the disappointment. Like, that. I'm getting used to it now. I'm getting like, okay, I can move on. But every time a tweet or something comes out and it's like this Battlefield, it would be like, join us for the Friday night something. And I'm like, do you guys still not get it? You guys still tweeting out to some invisible community of people that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nobody's on that bandwagon with you, and you're over here talking about fun on Friday nights and shit on a tweet message, and it gets me right back in of, like, how disillusioned do you think anybody is to think that that was a finished product? And you over here wanting to tweet about it and tell me to get back on that shit. Over top of a game where they listened? You know what I'm saying? You want me to play that instead of a game where the developers listened to their community and made some shit that works? Pfft, hell no. You know, I'm coming into this ESO late, so a lot of my criticisms are like, you know, very, very minor of like, oh, this one time this little menu didn't work. So people who's been playing Elder Scrolls for a long time online, I'm finding out, have really, really got some gripes because they put in some time. Fair enough. Where are your community managers? Getting people's feedback, weigh those expectations, make updates, whatever. But the reason I'm playing this is because people have been investing 10 years in it. And meanwhile, Battlefield is like, fun on Friday nights, tweet, send you a message, come out, check us out. And the game is just as broken now as it is the day it came out, when it was still broken. Like, get the fuck out of here. You think I'm gonna play that shit? Oh my gosh. It's so bad too. Like, I'm gonna post some videos tomorrow. So my wife, she was actually playing this. We had just gotten into this. She's like, baby, why are you playing that? I was like, hey, I just wanted to see, did they fix it? Like, they're saying all these new patches came out. It's season 2, like, they listening, whatever. I'm like, did they fix it? I gotta log in. And she watched me for like 10 minutes. She's like, baby, shut that off, please. For your own self, like, just shut it off. In that 10 minutes, I had the entire map. One time I loaded in under the map where I could see like all the like Blender assets or whatever the fuck. I was like, y'all still fuck this up. There was a time I got blown out of I finally got into a helo. I get shot out of the helo, and when I was looking down, there was missiles coming from everywhere on the map. Like, every single player had a rocket launcher. Every single one. And when the clip, it's like when the helo blows up, it's the culmination of like 18 RPGs hitting like one projectile point on this plane. It was like, in what Battlefield scenario do you have a medic whipping out his fucking AA launcher and shit? To the tune of 18 of you guys all honed in on one chopper. It was like, what the fuck? Yeah, it was wild. AC not so. Oh, he's like, I was pissed. So we gonna see. You probably meant to say, hey, C's knots on there. You said C knots. You said AC knot. We gonna get together and do some Snow Runner Phase 8. Yep, we gonna do that. We need to. I gotta go make sure it's all downloading. And speaking of that too, it's goddamn 5:30 in the morning. I'm gonna go lay my ass in the bed. You guys been listening to me rattle on for 5 hours already. And I was having so much fun hanging out that I didn't even pay attention to the time. Is it too late for a nightcap? You know, like that's the question I gotta say. Have I pushed to where I need a mimosa? Do I just need like a Gatorade now? Or is this a nightcap? Like, what do you do at this point? 5:30. Let me see. The club's all closed down. Shit. I mean, my wife could be up for work here in a minute. What time is it? It's 5:30. Yeah, shit. My wife is actually probably going to work here. A couple minutes. Damn. Yeah, I mean, I don't do it every night of the week. But when I come out, it is fun seeing you guys hanging out. And I hope for my sake, you're just doing what you'd normally be doing and just bullshitting. But don't let me rob you of any sleep whatsoever. You know, make sure you guys getting out there, get your rest. Yeah, take care of your whatever duties you got going on there for the weekend wise, and we'll come up with some time to get this snow runner going. Enjoy that for a little bit. Yeah, just went and laid down. Yeah, he doesn't drink, so it's just me now. I don't honestly remember why I kind of quit drinking a lot. It's just headache and just this misery at the end. You're just like, damn. But that's the life of a sailor, man. Like, these guys in the Navy drink so damn much. And you know why they drink so much? It's not necessarily because they like want to be drinkers. It's because they need ways to get this pressure off. Like there's people I know in the military that deployment cycle, evals, whatever shit is stacked on, and they just want to blow off some steam for a couple minutes. Like, they just want to vent, and the only way the military gives you to vent is like, go drink, go to the bar, go do this. You can't smoke weed, you know. Some people have found that has produced tremendous amounts of anxiety relieving properties. You can't have like any other interactions with less harmful drugs or less harmful things, but alcohol is like where you funnel your aggression and frustration, and that's the most apt to kill anybody. You know, a little bit of weed on a weekend, most somebody's gonna do is go get them something to eat and lay down, go to bed. You know, you get some drinks in you, you're like, oh fuck yeah, I'll hop in the car and go off and fucking drive somewhere and go do some. Somebody smoke some weed, they're like, oh shit, I'm gonna order a pizza, I might watch this movie, and they fucking pass out. That's about as safe as you could get, you know. And they got their tensions relieved, they had a good night's sleep, then nobody got hurt. Whereas the guy that's raging to go drink again has got his fucking organs shutting down on him. It's like a career full of that. You know, they don't give you vices. They don't leave any vices open but that. Is what I mean to say. So all these anti-slogan, no drinking and all this for the military, it's backfiring because you got no other vices. You got nowhere else for them to like let the steam off, get their mind off it. You know, I'm trying to get partnered up with some of these clinics that are doing psychiatric treatments for veterans using psychedelics. You know, they're using psychedelics to break cycles of PTSD. And I don't have the worst of it, but I got enough to where I got a mouth guard I have to sleep with. You know, like I get into these weird situations where I'm almost hyper stressed in my sleep, and I start like, I don't know, like planning for something, or like packing like I'm leaving to go somewhere, and grind the shit out of my teeth so bad that I gotta get a mouth guard put in. But then it's like, hey, you know, don't do drugs. It's like, what the fuck kind of message are you telling? I guess I'll go drink myself to death. I wish they would get that part right. If there's research to support something that veterans or even society can benefit from, why can't we put some money on that? You know, let's fund that. I was like, oh, PTSD, anybody's got insomnia or anxiety and depression, whatever, there's some natural remedies for that. We can get some research. So yeah, let's fund that. You know, let's help people live better lives naturally than toxins and poisons and all this other stuff. So the reason I think that the rollout is slow is like psychedelic research is really not new. It's been going on for decades. It just got a bad name after the 70s, you know, anti-war slogans and everything else. They like shut off psychedelics. But they found through research that it's healing veterans of traumatic experiences. Traumatic experiences where they have been able to go 6 months between treatments, where before you might be on a pill that you got to take every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, take this pill every day. You go from like taking a pill every day to like not needing treatments for like 6 months apart. Something's telling me that something's working for that guy, and it's scaring the shit out of pharmaceutical companies who don't have a solution for that part. Where, hey, say you're taking this depression medicine, right? But now you only need to take it twice a month, or you know what I'm saying, like twice a year. Then all of a sudden their business models is broken. So they're like, wait a minute. All depression medicines, all anxiety medicines are not designed for you to get off. There's no off ramp for it. So when you take it, it's like, hey, can we adjust your dose? You guys need a little bit more? You know, like, they do make money from it. These pharmaceuticals are in bed with some of these politicians. They got to be, because the science doesn't support taking a pill every day for the rest of your life. That's telling you that the problem has not really been solved. You get where I'm going with this? If you got to take a pill for the rest of your life every day, then we haven't got to the solution that we need to get to. So you got these veterans and these people on these psychedelic treatments who are chronically depressed. Like, I'm talking like suicide watch, chronically depressed. They go through a treatment and 6 months go by before they need to take anything. Like, they're seeing tremendous amounts of like living your life and experiencing happiness, experiencing emotions properly, everything else. 6 months in between is telling you that something has been figured out, and pharmaceuticals would just as rather keep that a scheduled substance so they can keep shoving the damn one pill a day down your throat, because that's what makes money. You know, like I've known people who got prescribed these antidepressants. I'm not saying anything about them as a person. You know, I have family members. I've been prescribed, you know, antidepressants before. But when I examined the path, I was like, okay, so how long would you be asking me to take this for? They're like, well, you know, this is, we'll adjust the dose for you, but, and I said, wait a minute, you're asking me to take this the rest of my life? Like, this isn't like you get through a moment and like, you know, we work through it. It's like, I'm literally going to be taking this forever till I die. And it's going to alter my brain chemistry, and you know what I'm saying? Like, there was a deeper layer to this where it's like, okay, so who makes money off this, first of all? You got to peel those layers back. You got to ask those questions for yourself. Who profits off of my demise if they don't find a solution? And those are the companies you need to start looking at. Figure out what politicians they support, how do they support, what's going on with that shit. Yeah, and what's crazy is these psychedelic companies are onto something, because guess what? Johnson & Johnson just got involved. Pfizer got involved. Whoever else. Now they all want some psychedelic research to go on. So they wouldn't be investing in that area if there was not some convincing there that, like, wait a second, maybe the gig is up. We got to get ahead of this, boys. We got to get the Pfizer edition out before they figure out that the 1 pill a day thing is basically over. Like, we got to get there when they get there. And the whole time, you know, the government restrictions on it makes research harder. It makes it more expensive. It makes them have to go to other countries to do this research that we can be pioneers in America. You know, and again, it's a lawmaker thing. Like, if I know this can help my veterans, or if I know this can help the people I serve with, I don't want them to go to fucking Africa to go get the treatment. I want them to get the treatment right here in the backyard. Like, I want the doctors to come to them. And I want the legality, the issues, whatever else, to get this tried on them, like here, where they can do it. Not have to go to Mexico and all these. I was reading stories. People are going to Mexico with their veteran, you know, PTSD, crazy symptoms of everything going on in his life, dragging him to Mexico to go get treatment. Like, why? This is a U.S. veteran, served the country here. So give the treatment to him here. Bring it to him. You know what I'm saying? Bring that shit to the man. If he needs it, go get it for him. Instead, we stay in our own way, and other countries that will be first in line with the research, prepared, ready to go, will go to market first. You'll be buying products from them. It's like, why can't we be industry leaders where it counts? You know, we already have the ability to make these things happen in our country here legally, where we can process whatever research laboratories, whatever you need. If it's going to help our veterans, give it to them. That's the way I see it. Don't let them suffer. Like, you know how it's crazy is a dog that someone hit in the street would get more attention than like a human being who's suffering. And I got nothing against animals. I love animals to death. But a dog would get hit in the street, right? And 25 people will start a Facebook group for it. And the dog will have its own Instagram page, fundraising, hospital bill, whatever the fuck he needs. That dog that got hit by a car might as well win the lottery, because he got the literal everything he needs paid for, asked for. You know, he's got a flight out to meet the Kardashians next week. Like, that dog got every fucking thing he needs, right? But a veteran who's suffering, like right here in Washington, like somebody who probably slept on the Capitol bench, it's like, you ain't gonna get no Facebook group. You ain't gonna get shit. Human suffering, it's like we could tune a blind eye to it. You know, and if a veteran, to me, if saying like these veterans, there's like opioid addiction and all that shit, if they were gonna die on some opioids or some addiction or whatever, I don't want them to die in the street. You know what I'm saying? I don't want them to die alone because they're hiding some shit that's fucked up about them. Like, so they feel like society is done, or Washington is done, the man is done, whatever they want to say, like the world is done with them, so they got to go do their drugs in a cave somewhere and die. You know, like, I don't want them to go. Like, I would rather them be right here where we could see them. It's like, look, if you got a vice, something's wrong, something this country broke that we can't fix, and the only way out is you're an addict. This is what you do. Like, I'd rather you not die alone. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I feel. So if we can fix it, if we can get a psychiatric treatment of, like, you know, these psychedelic drugs that are being developed, if they want to do that as a last ditch effort of like, hey, I've been struggling with a heroin addiction, or I've been on whatever drugs for years, whatever, you know what I'm saying, and they want to do this trials, like, why can't we let them do that? You know, why can't we get that research? But then again, like I said, the dog on the Facebook group will have everything they need, but somebody who's struggling with something might as well crawl in a cave and die. Do you see that? How we do that as a society? Like, how can the lawmakers, like, allow that shit to be? You know, politicians, man, it's like, you don't have much that you really can do. But even if they just, like, sympathize from time to time, saying, like, listen, I'm staying with this issue, or I believe that this is something we should fight for, and, like, make that more vocal. So a lot of times it's like they just, like, wishy-washy, don't know what they even stand for. Like, you don't even hear about it. Some people just like to argue. You know? That's it. They just like to argue and hear themselves in the mirror and shit. Well, another ad, man. That's the thing too. Like, Twitch should be ashamed, technically. I mean, I'd probably get banned for even saying it, but you ran probably what 5 commercials during my stream, right? You run 5 commercials. To a couple of people I got hanging with me, you know what I'm saying, they don't need anything else from Amazon. You know, we already know where you live. If, like, I need some shit from Amazon, cool. I know where to order it. Amazon.com. It's like you feel the need to advertise and do shit like that, where you make every last squiggly dollar you can make from, like, a streamer community. It's like Amazon is like, you have a thing you can do with Twitch to, like, explode the popularity of, like, the gaming world and shit, and it's like, no, we'd rather strangle them all with ads. For what? You know, you got the richest company in the world, basically. Like, let me put more ads on your shit. What the fuck? You already got us. You know, if I gotta go order some sleeping pills because I can't sleep, I'm gonna go order it on Amazon. I don't need an ad for that. Blows my mind. It's like, hey, you got 4 viewers on right now, 4 or 5 viewers. It's like, let me just put an ad on those guys for you. Yeah, I'm going to bed too. I'm out of here. It was fun hanging with you, Mopar, and bullshitting with you, Patrick. All you guys is great. I do this again any day of the week, but I gotta go get some sleep. And don't make too many plans, Mopar. We might be like, hey man, we're gonna do farm sim and all that. It's like, we're gonna get caught up. But if I sleep for like 2 days, that might be what happens. It ain't no offense. But we for real hitting that Rasputin though. Facts. We getting that. That is priority number 1. We gotta make sure we get that. Yeah, I think I'm done too, guys. There's nothing else in it for me now. I've just been aimlessly wandering around, just blabbing my mouth, so it's time for bed. Appreciate it though. He said call me tomorrow. Yep. Y'all take it easy, have a good one. Get some sleep. Yeah, we out there. See, he's not off. Signing off.